Chapter 960, Gu Yundong adds makeup. When Lan Huar saw Gu Yundong, she quickly stood up. Gu Yundong quickly made her sit down. Sit properly. Don't mess up the wedding dress. I just brought a few children over to take a look. They all said they wanted to see the bride. As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at Yunshu, Yunke, Yuanji, and Lu Hongqiao. The few of them stuck half their heads out from behind her. Their faces were a little red and they looked a little embarrassed. The bride is so beautiful. Young Lady Yunke was the sweetest. She took a few steps forward and raised her small head. Her eyes were shining as she watched. She could not bear to move. Lan Huar was embarrassed by her gaze. She quickly picked up the candy beside her and fed her one. Kiki looks good too. Come eat the wedding candy. Yes, it's delicious. Thank you, Sister Lan Hua. Lan Huar also distributed wedding candy to the other children, including Gu Yundong. The Shi family's conditions were better now, and they had a lot of sweets, but they couldn't give them away casually. After all, sweets were really expensive. The children took the candy and looked at the bride. They were immediately chased out by Gu Yundong. When I came over just now, I saw Niu Dan and Xinglu playing outside. You guys should hurry up and join them too. The few of them immediately dispersed and ran out of the door. Gu Yundong took out a red packet and handed it to Lan Huar. Take this. I wish you a happy marriage and a happy life with Jiang Bao. Then, she took out a silver hairpin to add makeup to her appearance. After that, Gu Yundong left the room with Madame Yang. As soon as she left, everyone in the room surrounded her and stared at the hairpin with burning eyes. Yundong is so generous. This hairpin doesn't look cheap. Let me see. With this amount and this style, it must be no less than 3 taels of silver. Lan Huar, this is your dowry. You have to keep it well. That's right. Don't lose it. Otherwise, you'll cry to death and let Boss Gu down. Lan Huar was originally very relaxed, but when they said that, she was immediately extremely nervous. For a moment, she did not know where to put the hairpin. Until a soft sneer sounded in the corner. You guys are really funny. Such a lousy hairpin is almost like a treasure. That Miss Gu is so rich, why didn't she give you a gold gift? I heard that those rich families offer a complete set of makeups for the bride. You guys can even brag about a hairpin. It's strange. As soon as she said this, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at the girl who spoke in unison and frowned. Lan Huar also frowned. Her personality was different from her parents, especially those who made her unhappy on her wedding day. She would not be polite. It's better than nothing. This person was a cousin of hers called Shao. She was the same age as her. In the past, she looked down on her family and would poke fun at them from time to time. Later, Zhuangzi became a clerk in the county. The Shi family's days were getting better and better. This cousin of hers had other thoughts and wanted to marry Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, Zhuangzi was focused on his goal of becoming the shopkeeper. He did not even know who Shao was. Moreover, Shi Dashan and his wife did not like Shao. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. However, a few months ago, the He family found out that Zhuangzi had become the shopkeeper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 961, Prestigious Shopkeeper. In this day and age, anyone who could be a shopkeeper was old. A young man like Zhuangzi would have to work for at least 10 years before he could reach that step. It had been less than a year since he became a shop assistant, right? The He family was excited and ran over to matchmake Zhuangzi and Shao. The Shi couple would not agree either. The He family's parents almost fell out with them. No matter what they said, they could not get them to agree. Later on, they came up with a bad idea. They simply let He Xiao go to Gu's shop to meet Zhuangzi. The two of them would meet more in private. When Zhuangzi had a good impression of He Xiao, it would be useless even if the Shi couple wanted to object. He Xiao did go to the shop in the county city and saw Zhuangzi arrogantly instructing Qingyuan to work. She felt that it was especially impressive and imagined having a maidservant for her to order around in the future. Hence, she was even more determined to get Zhuangzi. After entering the shop, she felt very immersed and also instructed Qingyuan. Qingyuan tolerated Zhuangzi because Zhuangzi was only putting on an act on the surface. In fact, he had helped him a lot. This was the way the two of them interacted. But where did this woman called He Xiao come from? It was simply baffling. Then, He Xiao was chased out by Qingyuan. Zhuangzi looked on coldly and even gloated. These relatives of the He family were really ugly. Zhuangzi had never liked them in the past. When his parents were in trouble, they would avoid them and hit them when they were down. Now, seeing that Zhuangzi's family's lives were getting better and better, they rushed to curry favor with them, which made Zhuangzi extremely disgusted. Therefore, no matter what He Xiao's personality was, Zhuangzi would not consider it. Although he had become the shopkeeper, Zhuangzi was still not stingy. He went straight to He Xiao's village to look for the He family's parents. If they let He Xiao pester him again, he would make a fuss that the entire village would know and make He Xiao unable to marry in the future. If He Xiao had the guts to marry him, he would also have the guts to beat her to death. As for being filial to his parents-in-law, don't even think about it. He Xiao's family really felt that he could do it. They were a little timid. After weighing it for a while, they still felt that they should let it go. Hence, they restrained He Xiao and stopped her from looking for Zhuangzi. Lanhua did not expect He Xiao to make things difficult for her here. With her temperament, she actually looked down on Gu Yundong's gift. What a joke. He Xiao was a little angry after being rebuked by Lanhua. She stood up and wanted to quarrel with her. However, she was quickly suppressed by her sister-in-law. Stop it. Today is Lanhua's big day. If you make a fuss, Zhuangzi will be the first to not let you off. It's not like you don't know Zhuangzi's temper. He Xiao took 2 deep breaths and endured it. In the end, she did not say anything. However, after lowering her head, her eyes darted around and her gaze landed on the hairpin. The He family's sister-in-law immediately changed the topic, and everyone looked away from He Xiao. The chattering in the room quickly became lively again. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion outside. Immediately after, a child ran in and shouted, "The groom is here. The groom is here." He rode a tall horse over. He's so awe-inspiring. Everyone in the room stood up and chuckled as they asked Lanhua to quickly cover her head. After a while, there was even more noise outside. There were a lot of people in the room. Soon, a portion of them went out. He Xiao also squeezed out of the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 962, Madame Yang is a fool. However, no one realized that He Xiao had something in her hand when she went out. Jiang Bao was blocked outside the door by Zhuangzi, Big Qian, and Goxing. One moment, they wanted him to flip around, and the next moment, they wanted him to recite poetry. The onlookers were overjoyed. However, Zhuangzi thought that he knew a few words and even pretended to come up with couplets, causing Yunshu and the children to laugh. Jiang Bao was quick-witted. In addition, he called Ah Go, a skilled person, over to help. Not long after, the people in the courtyard could not stop them and let them in. Gu Yundong stood in the crowd and watched the commotion. She suddenly thought of Shao Qingyuan. She didn't know when he would be back, but she had received a letter from him 2 days ago. He only said that everything was going well and that he would try his best to rush back. After all, it was a messenger pigeon. It was not appropriate to write some confidential information on it. Yundong slowly exhaled. When he looked over again, he saw that Jiang Bao had already been escorted into the bride's room by everyone. Soon, he carried the bride out. The group of people cheered over there, as if they had married a wife. Jiang Bao had specially gotten someone to carry a bridal sedan chair over. In this day and age, when one got married in the countryside, those who were really poor would directly walk back. Those with slightly better conditions would drive a carriage over to pick the wife up. It was the first time in Yongfu village that someone like Jiang Bao rode a tall horse and got someone to carry a red sedan chair. Update by N0 of Go. C0 The villagers were extremely envious, especially those young wives. When they thought about how their weddings had been cold and cheerless previously, but Lan Huar could sit in the bridal sedan chair, their hearts itched. Lan Huar will enjoy life in the future. That's right. Who would have thought that the Shi family would have such good fortune a year ago? The Shi family is lucky. They're following the Gu family now. When Lan Huar returns to the family, I heard that Zhuangzi and the Shi family son-in-law are going to the prefectural city. Shao was very disdainful when she heard this. Just wait. She wanted to see if the Gu family would always take care of the Shi family in the future. Lan Huar was taken away. Shi Dashan and his wife were reluctant, and their eyes were red. Even though Jiang Bao had repeatedly promised to take good care of Lan Huar and not let her suffer, they were still worried. It was only when the bridal sedan was further and further away and could no longer be seen that Shi Dashan turned around and started to call everyone into the courtyard to eat. Yundong sat at the head of the table with Madame Yang beside her. However, Madame Yang was a child. After eating, she got off the table and went to play with Yunka. Yundong let her be and only let Lu Hongxiu keep an eye on her. When Shao saw Madame Yang leave, she hurriedly swallowed the meat in her mouth. She put down her chopsticks reluctantly and hurriedly followed. Madame Yang liked to play with children. In the past, there were children who secretly scolded her for being a fool. Later on, the Gu family became better and better, and Yundong became more and more domineering. These children were reminded by the adults not to offend the Gu family. Moreover, because Yun Shu was good at her studies and had a lot of experience, she had vaguely become the king of children in this village. Therefore, when Madame Yang came over, the children were also very friendly to her. However, Shao frowned. It was mainly because Lu Hongxiu was watching over Madame Yang, so she couldn't find a chance to get close to her. Shao had already thought it through. Madame Yang was a fool. She was easy to deceive and trust. She would tell Madame Yang that the hairpin belonged to the Gu family and was worth a lot of money. It was a pity to give it to someone else. Wouldn't it be good to leave it for her daughter as a dowry in the future? She could make her daughter proud later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 963, Approaching Madame Yang. Shao had heard that Madame Yang doted on Yundong very much. Even if she was a fool, she would protect her daughter. Therefore, it was definitely not a problem for her to encourage Madame Yang to bring the hairpin back. Of course, she had already secretly taken out the hairpin and placed it somewhere easy to obtain. This way, Madame Yang would be a thief. Yundong would definitely not be able to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, it would ruin her mother's reputation. That hairpin could not be used in the future. It could not be seen by everyone. It could only be hidden forever. As for Lan Huar, she would definitely find out that the hairpin was missing when she counted the dowry the next day. Considering how much she valued the Gu family, she definitely had to find this hairpin. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to explain herself if the Gu family asked about it in the future. Of course, if she did not want to make a fuss, she still had him, right? She could still make a fuss by pushing him from behind. That fool, Madame Yang, might even shout it out herself. In that case, it would be strange if the Gu family and the Shi family could continue to be friends. Ha 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 ha, Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the thought. And yet, she had a good plan, but that brat Lu Hongxiu had been following Madame Yang, so she had no way to do anything. Xiao was a little anxious. If this continued, Gu Yundong and the rest would finish their banquet. After a while, her eyes suddenly darted around. She simply pulled a girl about her age along and joined the children in playing. The children were stunned for a moment, but Madame Yang was very happy. After all, these children were shorter than her. She was overjoyed that the two newcomers were as tall as her. Lu Hongxiu, who was standing at the back, narrowed her eyes slightly. She was not following Madame Yang. As long as Madame Yang was in her line of sight, there was nothing to worry about. She just felt that this girl who suddenly appeared beside Madame Yang was strange. Lu Hongxiu was meticulous, so she paid more attention. Soon, she realized that this girl would come to Madame Yang's side from time to time and mutter. She looked like she was joking, but the scheme in her eyes could not be hidden from her. After all, Xiao was inexperienced. It was not enough to play tricks in front of Lu Hongxiu. Lu Hongxiu did not know what she wanted to do and could only watch. However, she still called her sister, Lu Hongqiao, over and asked her to inform Mississippi Gu Yundong had already finished eating, but she could not leave halfway. In addition, the person at the table had been talking to her, so she could only continue to sit. Unexpectedly, Lu Hongqiao ran over and secretly told her that someone had designs on Madame Yang. Gu Yundong narrowed her eyes. TSK, someone actually had designs on her mother again. Last time, there was Jiang Yongkong. Who was so blind this time? She just didn't know if they wanted to harm her mother or if they wanted her help. Gu Yundong got up, informed Shi Dashan and his wife, and followed Lu Hongqiao out. Lu Hongxiu was standing outside the door. When she saw her, she hurriedly called out, "Mississippi." "Yes, how's my mother?" "Who's the person who approached her?" Unexpectedly, Lu Hongxiu had a strange expression on her face. She looked at Gu Yundong as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Gu Yundong raised her eyebrows and looked forward, but she did not see Madame Yang. "Where's my mother?" She frowned. Lu Hongxiu was not with Madame Yang. "It's over there." I'll bring Miss over." As Lu Hongxiu spoke, she led Gu Yundong to a corner not far away. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 964. I squeezed it back before she reached the corner of the wall. She heard begging sounds coming from inside. The voice wasn't loud. When she got closer, she could vaguely hear the words, "Stop hitting me." "Hit?" Gu Yundong frowned and turned to look at Lu Hongxiu. The latter nodded and said, "It's the girl called Xiao." Gu Yundong took a few steps forward and turned the corner. He saw a few children surrounding a girl, their little fists landing on her. Yun Shu snorted. "Who asked you to bully my mother? Do you think we're blind? How dare you be so unscrupulous in front of me? It'll be unfilial if I don't hit you." "Yes, unfilial." Yunka swung her fist and hit Xiao's shoulder hard. It was just that her position was not very good, and her own hand hurt to death. The little girl immediately changed her leg and kicked her. Xiao had a ball of cloth in her mouth and was trying hard to spit it out. She finally shook it off and quickly said, "Let go of me quickly, or I'll call for help." At this moment, her hand was pressed back by Madame Yang. Madame Yang was very strong. She was used to doing farm work in the past. Now that her family's conditions were better, she still liked to do it, especially those potted plants. It took a lot of strength to move them around. There was nothing wrong with restraining a little girl like Xiao. As for the children surrounding Xiao, other than Yunshu, Yunke, and Yuanji, there were also Xingyu, Xinglu, and Niu Dan from the Xing family. However, only Yunshu and the other two attacked. The others acted as a wall and surrounded Xiao. The corners of Gu Yundong's mouth twitched. After watching silently for a while, she finally said, "What happened?" The few of them turned around at the same time. Madame Yang couldn't help but loosen her grip. Xiao immediately took the opportunity to escape and took 2 steps back. Now that her hands and feet were free, Xiao immediately said, "Miss Gu, you saw it with your own eyes. I was blocked here by your mother and your brother and sister. Look at my clothes. They're all footprints from their kicks. My body hurts to death. If I walk out now, others will know that they're bullying me with numbers. I'm afraid your Gu family's reputation will be ruined." Oh, the guilty party was the first to complain. Gu Yundong found it funny. "Why did they hit you? What else could it be?" "Naturally, they flew into a rage out of humiliation because I didn't give in to your mother when we were playing." "Nonsense," Yunshu immediately retorted. She said to Gu Yundong, "Eldest sister, she has ulterior motives. She actually wanted to instigate mother to steal. She has evil intentions. We can't let her off easily." "I didn't," Xiao immediately retorted. Madame Yang snorted heavily. "Yes, you did. You told me yourself. You said that you wanted me to take back the hairpin Dong Dong gave to Laner. That belongs to Dong Dong. You even know where the hairpin is." As she spoke, she looked at Gu Yundong and said proudly, "She still treats me as a 3-year-old child. How could I fall for such a trick?" Gu Yundong nodded. "Mother is the best." Madame Yang agreed. "That's right. Dong Dong said that what she gave away belongs to someone else. How can I take it back? That's called going back on your word and being despised. How can I let Dong Dong be despised?" So I rejected her very firmly. I didn't expect, she actually called me a fool and even pinched me. Yunke raised her hand. "I saw it, so I pinched her back." "I pinched her back too," Madame Yang said impatiently. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 965, Big Sister is Right. Yinshu and Yuanji, who were standing at the side, also nodded vigorously. "We've all pinched her back." Gu Yundong, Big Sis, said that we can't be quiet when we're being bullied, especially when the situation is advantageous to us. There are so many of us, and we're on our own territory. I'm also a future martial arts expert. There's no reason for me to not retaliate when someone attacks, right? Yunshu had always treated Gu Yundong's words as a wise saying, and he carried it out very thoroughly. As for martial arts master, this was something he had self-proclaimed. Ever since the accident that almost cost Tong in his life, Yunshu had been very active in practicing martial arts with him. Yuanji was the same. However, while Yunshu was very good at studying, his talent in martial arts was really ordinary. Still, he was very hardworking and firmly believed that he would definitely be an expert in the future. Gu Yundong nodded. "You're right." As expected of what she had taught him. It was very good. However, Xiao, who was at the side, almost vomited blood. Indeed, she had only pinched Madame Yang, but that was not serious. It was not heavy at all and did not hurt her. In the end, these brats had pinched her arm until it was bruised. Even now, she still felt a dull pain. What was worse was that not only did they push her into this corner, but they also taught her a lesson. Xiao was filled with regret. Madame Yang was not an ordinary fool. Yundong looked at Xiao. So, you want to scheme against my mother, right? And I gave that hairpin to LoveLore. It should have gone to the Dajiang family with LoveLore now. Why is it still here? Did you steal it? Xiao's heart skipped a beat and she quickly looked up. Unexpectedly, she met Yundong's sharp gaze and immediately defended herself. I didn't, Miss Gu. Do you believe what they say? The children just don't like me and are messing with me. I've never said anything about a hairpin. Never. If you don't believe me, look at your mother. Do you see any traces of me pinching her? After saying that, she wanted to walk out. Forget it, I won't argue with the children. I'm unlucky. Can I leave? Xiao wanted to leave before Yundong could react. Unfortunately, just as she turned around, Tong Shuitao stood behind her. Immediately after, Yundong's faint voice sounded from behind. You're a guest of the Shi family. You clearly know the relationship between the Shi family and my family, but you still want to use that hairpin to frame my family. You have a grudge with the Shi family and want to sow discord, right? Tell me, where is that hairpin? Xiao's expression changed. She wanted to leave, but her path was blocked. She wanted to defend herself, but Yundong seemed to have guessed her intentions. She rolled her eyes and immediately wanted to shout at the top of her lungs, help. Before she could finish speaking, Yundong struck her from behind and knocked her out. Tong Shuitao caught her and asked Yundong, Miss, how should we deal with this? This is a guest of the Shi family, and the Shi family's banquet isn't over yet. Take her home first. Later, call Dajiang and the others over and see what they plan to do. Yes. After Tong Shuitao finished speaking, she carried Xiao back to the Gu family as if she was carrying a dead person. The Shi family's banquet was at noon. At this moment, they were almost done eating. Other than a few women from the same village who helped, only their close relatives were still there. The sister-in-law of the He family was there, but she could not find Xiao at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 966, Crying from Her Foolishness. The He family's parents also came, but they had something to do at home. They quickly went back after eating, leaving the He family's eldest sister-in-law to find Xiao and bring her back. However, now that Xiao could not be found, she immediately became anxious and quickly went to look for Dajiang and his wife. It was at this moment that Tong Shuitao came to the door and told them about Xiao. When Dajiang heard that Xiao had actually schemed against Madame Yang to ruin his daughter's marriage, he was furious. He quickly went to the Gu residence with his wife, He, and brought the He family's eldest sister-in-law along. The He family's eldest sister-in-law was dumbfounded. She only found out what had happened from He on the way to the Gu family. She was so angry that she almost collapsed. She wished she could turn around and go home quickly so that her in-laws could take her sister-in-law away. What was going on? Was Xiao's brain damaged? It was fine if she caused trouble for the Shi family. After all, He was her aunt. If she made a mistake, she could put the matter behind her. But she actually had designs on the Gu family to scheme against Madame Yang. Over the course of the day, the He family's eldest sister-in-law had heard everything about the Gu family. She knew that the Gu family had fled from the famine and that her family was the richest in the entire village. She knew that Yundong had dared to tie someone to a tree and slap them before she had her current achievements. She knew that Yundong knew the nobles in the prefecture. There were too many rumors about the Gu family. How could Xiao provoke such a person who could subdue a hooligan like Zhuangzi? They did not even dare to offend Zhuangzi. How could they have the courage to offend Yundong? She was simply about to cry from her sister-in-law's stupidity. However, even though the dissatisfaction in her heart had reached its peak, the He family's eldest sister-in-law still had to bite the bullet and go to the Gu family to bring her out. Coincidentally, when they arrived at the Gu residence, Shao had also woken up. When she saw the He family's sister-in-law, she immediately cried and defended herself. However, the He family's eldest sister-in-law clearly did not believe her words and she did not know what to do. Gu Yundong's ears hurt from the noise. She frowned and said, "All right, shut up. You said you're innocent, right? That's simple. There are many people coming and going in the Her family today. There are many guests. Someone must have seen you hide the hairpin. I'm not afraid of trouble. Later, find everyone. I'll ask them one by one. Someone will be able to tell me the truth." Shao immediately did not dare to speak. When she hid the hairpin, she had really met a few people. Also, someone had seen the hairpin in her hand before, but they did not look at it very carefully. Moreover, that person was not in Lanhuar's room at that time. He did not know that Gu Yundong had given Lanhuar a hairpin to add makeup, so he did not suspect anything. However, if the matter really blew up and those people associated everything, what could they not understand? Her reputation would be completely ruined. Shao was silent. Everyone present knew that she had tacitly agreed. He was very angry. She had an honest personality, but no matter how honest she was, she had a reverse scale. Lanhuar was one. This person actually wanted to cause trouble on Lanhuar's wedding day and even stole the hairpin to frame Madame Yang. Not only did she want to harm Lanhuar, but she also wanted to harm Zhuangzi. He pounced over and started punching Shao. "Are you human? Are you human? You're so young, but you're so vicious. I don't have a niece like you." Dajiang was also angry, but this was He's niece. He was only a remote relative, so it was not appropriate for him to make a move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 967, different from what I thought. Hence, only the eldest daughter-in-law of the He family went up to stop her. "And, calm down first. It's indeed Shao's fault. Can you get her to apologize to you?" Shao dodged twice but failed. She wanted to retaliate, but she was glared at by the He family's sister-in-law. Coupled with Dajiang's shout, she allowed He to hit her again. When He was pulled away, Gu Yundong asked, "Uncle Shi, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" Dajiang and He looked at each other. How should they deal with it? To be honest, they could not do anything to Shao. After all, they were all relatives. In addition, Lanhuar had gotten married smoothly. They could just take the hairpin back. However, she still couldn't calm down. Therefore, He looked at Shao fiercely and said, "I won't have a niece like you in the future. From now on, don't come to my house again. My house doesn't welcome you." Shao lowered her head and secretly pursed her lips. If she was not welcomed, so be it. Who cared? Anyway, the Her family couldn't do anything to her. Shao was a little smug. She pulled the He family's sister-in-law. "Let's go. Since we're done, let's go home. I'm in so much pain." Gu Yundong smiled. "Who said you can leave? The Her family has been done, but I'm not done here." Gu Yundong naturally had no control over what the Her couple wanted to do. Moreover, with their temperaments, that was the most they could do. However, she did not know what Zhuangzi would do after he returned from the Jiang family. "You're not done yet. My body is covered in bruises from your beatings. What else do you want? Do you want me to lose an arm or a leg?" Shao was furious. She was about to reveal her arm and let others see her injury. However, there were men present. The He family's eldest sister-in-law quickly pressed her down. Gu Yundong smiled and said, "You were the one who pinched my mother first, so we returned it to you. But it's not so easy to get over the fact that you schemed against my mother. These are two different things, okay?" He Xiao had never seen such a shameless person. "What do you want?" Gu Yundong looked at Madame Yang. "Mother, she schemed against you. What do you want to do?" Madame Yang was a little confused. Yunshu and Yunke immediately went to her side to give her ideas. After a long while, Madame Yang finally decided. She said seriously, "I want her to stand at our door and shout 'I'm a big fool' 3 times. Gu Yundong, so you guys discussed for so long and came to this conclusion. At least ask her for compensation for mental damage, right?" But seeing that Madame Yang, Yunshu, and Yunke seemed quite satisfied, Gu Yundong could only rub her forehead and agree. He Xiao screamed, "Are you guys crazy? I'm not going." If she did as she was told, how would she have any face in the future? Yongfu village was not far from her village. Later, all the villagers would know. How could she get married? Gu Yundong did not care. If you don't do it, then prepare to go back without an arm or a leg. You're going too far. Don't do things whose consequences are unbearable. If she had not targeted Madame Yang first, Gu Yundong would not have known who she was. He Xiao was unwilling. The He family's eldest sister-in-law quickly pulled her to the side to persuade her. After a long time, He Xiao finally nodded with a red face and trembling body. As expected, she ran to the entrance of the Gu residence and shouted 3 times. Then, before the onlookers could appear, she quickly ran away. Madame Yang, Yunshu, and Yunke were speechless. Why was it different from what they had imagined? Shouldn't there be many people watching the show? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 968, Compensation. Gu Yundong wanted to laugh. She shrugged and said, "This is your choice. Now, they should know that when they wanted to punish others in the future, they should consider it carefully, right?" And he had left, but Gu Yundong had also found out the whereabouts of the hairpin from He Xiao. She said to Shi Dashan and his wife, "The hairpin is hidden under the bed in Lanhua's room. You should be able to find it when you go back. If you find it, bring it over. It's not easy for you to go to the Jiang family. I'll get Shui Tao to make a trip and come back with my father and the others. It won't attract anyone's attention." "Thank you, boss." Gu Yundong waved her hand. Shi Dashan and his wife were still a little ashamed. After all, it was their relatives who caused this. If not for the Gu family's bright minds, they would have really suffered. The two of them quickly returned home. There were still some guests at home, so they stayed behind to help eat dinner. While Shi Dashan was entertaining them, he found the hairpin and rushed to the Gu residence. Just like that, a small storm subsided until Zhuangzi returned. He came back very late. As the brother-in-law, he had to stay at the Jiang family's wedding banquet after sending her off. He was forced to drink a lot and was dizzy. He only woke up the next day. Unexpectedly, when he woke up and heard his parents mention the hairpin, he exploded on the spot. After washing his face, Zhuangzi went straight to the He family. He was not someone to be trifled with, especially when it came to the He family, who did not treat them as family at all. He kicked over the basket in the He family's courtyard. Then, he asked He Xiao for compensation, but the He family refused. Uncle He even scolded Zhuangzi for being unfilial and disrespectful to his elders. Zhuangzi almost broke his hand. In any case, his sister was already married, and he was not in a hurry to get married. He did not care about reputation at all. He directly started fighting with his uncle. Uncle He was no match for him at all. In the end, the others in the He family could only give him one tael of silver as compensation. Zhuangzi took the silver and even stole an old hen in the courtyard before he left. This is to calm my parents down. Who asked Shao to scare them yesterday? You, uncle. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the future, the He family will have nothing to do with your mother. We won't be relatives anymore. Well, sever our ties. Zhuangzi sneered. I can't wait. Who cares about you guys? He had long wanted to cut ties with them. Ever since the two elders of the He family passed away, Uncle He had treated it as if he did not exist. When the Shi family was in trouble, the He family had cut ties with them long ago. They had not interacted with each other for more than 10 years. What was the difference from cutting ties? Now that Zhuangzi's family had become rich, they started to rush over to take advantage of them. It was better not to have such relatives. Zhuangzi took the silver and carried the old hen home. When he told his parents about this, Dajiang had the same thoughts as Zhuangzi. However, He's eyes were red and she felt very uncomfortable. No matter what, that man was her biological brother. Now that she had come this far, she felt as if she had been alone when she came to this world. Zhuangzi scratched his head. He did not know how to comfort her, so he simply left the house. He left the old hen behind and went to the Gu family with the tael of silver. Boss, the He family compensated you with this silver. Take it. Gu Yundong glanced at the silver and took it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 969, Zhuangzi's decision. Zhuangzi scratched his head and said, there's one more thing. What is it? Zhuangzi found it difficult to speak. He could not help but scratch his head again, as if he was organizing his words appropriately. Gu Yundong did not rush him. He went about his own business. After nearly 15 minutes, Zhuangzi took a deep breath and said, Boss, I think I want to bring my parents to the prefectural city too. Gu Yundong was stunned. Bring your parents with you? Yes. Once he opened his mouth, it was much easier to continue. I've asked around. The rent for a slightly smaller house in the prefecture capital is about 1 to 2 taels a month. When I live with Jiang Bao, the rent is originally half each. If I bring my parents over together, I'll pay a little more. That's right, that way, my parents won't be able to continue working in the boss orchard. This was also the reason why he had been hesitating and did not know how to speak. Gu Yundong's fingers tapped lightly on the table. She looked up at Zhuangzi and asked, Did you make this decision because of the He family? Zhuangzi said, half and half. One reason is that the He family is not easy to get along with. If I leave, they might cause trouble again. You know my parents. They might hold it in when they are bullied. If we can take a step back, we will. The other reason is that after Lanhua is married, it won't be easy for her to come home. There's a long journey to the prefectural city, and I can only come back once every year and a half. I'm afraid that they'll be alone at home. It won't feel good. Gu Yundong smiled. Zhuangzi was indeed a filial person. Although his previous actions were repulsive, after he became a hooligan, he did not let Dajiang and his wife continue to be bullied and taken advantage of. She thought for a moment. There's no big problem with the fruit forest. Just let Shao Zhu manage it. If he can't handle it, just hire more helpers. However, have you calculated your cost if you have to bring your parents to the prefectural city? Other than the rent of the house, there's also food and clothing. It's not easy for you to earn money alone to support 3 people in the prefectural city. Zhuangzi was vexed. He had calculated this cost before. It was indeed a little difficult. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to save money again. Gu Yundong continued, also, have you thought about it? Your parents like to plant and take care of fruit trees. This is something they like. If they are brought to the prefectural city and can only stay at home all day to cook, wash, and chat with others, will they live comfortably? Zhuangzi's body stiffened. Yes, that was the biggest problem. Upped at TE by Nov0. C0 He wanted his parents not to work too hard and enjoy life, but he also wanted them to do what they liked to do. However, how could anyone get all the good things in this world? Zhuangzi immediately felt conflicted. In that case, he couldn't bring his parents to the prefectural city. Could it be that he would continue to stay in the county city as a shopkeeper and let Chen Jinkai go to the prefectural city to be a shop assistant? However, he had already promised his boss that everything had been arranged. There was no reason for him to go back on his word. Seeing that a large amount of hair on his forehead was about to be pulled off, Yundong smiled and said, I have an idea here. Do you want to hear it? Yes, of course. Zhuangzi's eyes suddenly lit up. The boss was smart. Her idea would definitely be the best of both worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 970, Let's go together. Yundong said, we have a manor on the outskirts of the prefectural city. It's used to grow fruit trees and medicinal herbs. Your parents like to grow fruits, so it's just right to go there. In her opinion, Dajiang and his wife were the best at planting trees. Last time, she had also walked around the manor. Although those fruit trees were growing well, the taste of the fruits could not compare to the ones planted by Dajiang and his wife. She could tell if she ate a few. However, such technical talents could only be chanced upon by luck. If Dajiang and his wife went to the manor, it would be a good idea. With Shao Zhu here, he would interact more with Dajiang and have a certain amount of experience in taking care of fruit trees. Letting Dajiang and his wife leave at this time would not result in a bad outcome. That farmstead is outside the city, and there's a place to stay in it. If you want to see your parents, you'll be there soon after leaving the city. It's much closer than Yongfu village. The more Zhuangzi listened, the brighter his eyes became. Yes, yes. If it was just outside the city, it would be equivalent to the distance from the county to home. It was no different from now. Moreover, their parents could continue to do what they liked. Zhuangzi felt that there was no better idea than this. He immediately thanked Yundong again and again. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're the best boss in the world. I'll definitely be loyal to you for the rest of my life and work for you. Really? Yundong, no need to go that far. Had he been with Jiang Bao for too long? Had he even learned how to flatter? Zhuangzi chuckled. Yundong waved her hand. All right, hurry up and go back. You have to discuss this with your parents first and get their consent. All right, I'll go back now. After saying that, he jumped and turned to run out of the Gu residence. That day, Zhuangzi did not come again. The next day was the day Lan Hua returned home. Jiang Bao brought her back. After lunch at the Shi residence, the entire family came to the Gu residence. Yundong watched as Lan Hua combed her hair into a woman's bun and smiled shyly. From time to time, she would look into Jiang Bao's eyes. The romance between a young couple was vividly displayed. It seemed like she had been living quite well these few days. The interaction between the two was so sweet that Zhuangzi could not take it anymore. He rubbed his arms and quickly got down to business. Boss, we've already discussed it. My parents have decided to go to the manor on the outskirts of the prefectural city. They'll pack up in the next few days and come with us. Yundong nodded. This was also within her expectations. Dajiang and his wife did not have any particularly good friends in the village. In the past, they spent most of their time in the fields or at home. Especially at that time, Zhuangzi was a hooligan, so no one interacted with this family. Later on, they started to make friends, but they did not have good friends, so they did not feel reluctant. Also, Zhuangzi continued, although my parents will live in the manor in the future, Jiang Bao and I still plan to rent a house outside together. After all, Lanhua is going to the prefecture capital with us. If Lanhua did not go, he and Jiang Bao could live in the courtyard at the back of the shop. That would be convenient. Now that he was bringing Lanhua along, it was not appropriate. Anyway, they were a family, so they might as well rent a house outside. Gu Yundong's face lit up. Is Lanhua truly going there? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 971 Unexpected News, Yes. Lanhua nodded in embarrassment. Logically speaking, she should have stayed at home to take care of her in-laws. However, Jiang Bao insisted on taking her away. They were newlyweds, and he did not want them to be separated. What was the difference between that and not being married? Although Jiang Bao's parents were a little unhappy, Jiang Bao was the most promising person in the family now. In addition, Jiang Bao's words were pleasant and he promised to give more money to the family. His parents did not force Lanhua to stay at home. However, since Lanhua had gone to the prefectural city, they would get the couple to quickly give birth to a child. Jiang Bao agreed immediately. In any case, he had achieved his goal. Gu Yundong laughed. Since you're also going to the prefectural city, do you want to consider becoming a female worker at New Tea Pavilion? Everyone fell silent and looked at Gu Yundong in shock. The name New Tea Pavilion was not unfamiliar to them. Although they had never seen it with their own eyes, they knew that this was a shop opened by the boss in the prefectural city. It was specially used to entertain female guests. The shopkeepers, chefs, and waiters inside were all female. Now, the boss actually wanted to hire Lanhua as a female worker. This, Lanhua became excited. Can I really go? Of course you can. I've wanted to find you for a long time. However, you wanted to get married previously. After you got married, I wasn't sure if you wanted to stay at home or go to the prefectural city, so I didn't say anything. Now that it's confirmed, I naturally have to ask if you're willing. Yes, of course I'm willing. As a female worker, she could earn more money. Now that she had her own small family, she would have her own children in the future. She had heard that everything in the prefectural city was expensive. If she had to rely on Jiang Bao alone to support her and her children and provide for her parents, how much pressure would that be? Hence, she had already thought about it. When she arrived at the prefectural city, she would do more embroidery to cover for the family's expenses. Although it was not much, he could at least help Jiang Bao share some of the burden. He would not be too flustered if he had some money. Unexpectedly, before she could go to the prefectural city, her boss gave her a huge surprise. It was just, "Boss, can I do it well? I don't know anything. Will I mess it up for you? If you don't know anything, then learn. Everyone learns everything from nothing." Gu Yundong felt that with Lanhua's smartness, she was definitely much better than that Shao Yi from before. It'll bring you to meet Su Qing later. She already has experience. If you have any questions later, just ask her. Okay. The matter was settled just like that. The Shi family was very happy. Jiang Bao brought Lanhua home and did not mention this to his parents. They had agreed on how much money to give the family. What if the brothers at home were unhappy because Lanhua had an extra salary and wanted him to give an extra? Jiang Bao was planning for himself. In the next few days, the Shi family and the Jiang family began to prepare to go to the prefectural city. Gu Yundong handed over the fruit trees that the Shi family was in charge of to Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu was very happy. The more he managed, the more capable he was. However, he had already started to hand over some to his son. Guoxing was also becoming more and more diligent. The relationship between the father and son had taken a huge step forward compared to before, and many of the knots in his heart were slowly untied. 5 days later, the Shi family and Jiang Bao with his wife placed their luggage in the carriage and prepared to head to the prefectural city. Gu Yundong had to go with her. After all, she had not been to the prefectural city since the new year. She had to look at the account book and send red packets after the new year. She had to explain things clearly. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to set off, they heard an unexpected piece of news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 972, The Li family's second branch. The niece of the Shi family, Shao, was engaged. Moreover, the person she was engaged to was from Yongfu village. The Shi family was a little stunned. What was the He family thinking? The two families had just fallen out, and the He family wanted to marry their daughter here. What kind of family was so attractive to Shao? Gu Yundong asked around and got an answer. Her expression immediately became strange. It was actually the Li family. The son of the second branch of the Li family. Gu Yundong did not have a good impression of the Li family, but she hated the first branch of the Li family the most. Although the second and third branches turned a blind eye to Shao Qingyuan's experiences when he was young and were dissatisfied with old Master Li doting on Shao Qingyuan, they did not persecute him too much. Therefore, Gu Yundong only treated them as strangers. Ever since she and Shao Qingyuan caused a scene in the Li family last time, the Li family's first branch did not dare to make a sound. They were like invisible people in the village and did not dare to approach the Gu family at all. It was said that they still did not dare to walk on the main road that she had built. This was also good. Only when they were afraid would they behave themselves. As for the second and third branches, they did not have much of a grudge with the Gu family. Although they were a little afraid, they wanted to earn money. Last time, they wanted to work in the Gu family's workshop, but they were rejected by Tong'an in the first round. She really did not expect the son of the second branch to be with Shao of the He family. When He heard this, she sighed slightly. Forget it. She has nothing to do with us anymore. It doesn't matter who she marries. Anyway, we're going to the prefectural city. We won't have many chances to meet them in the future. The Shi family members nodded. Zhuangzi was glad that he had made the decision to bring his parents to the prefectural city. Otherwise, with his parents' personality, they might have been schemed against by Shao. After all, she was so bold that she even dared to touch Madame Yang. If that was the case, Zhuangzi would definitely prevent her from marrying into Yongfu village. The group quickly forgot about Shao and went to the prefectural city happily. When they arrived at the Xuanhe Prefecture, it was already late. Gu Yundong asked everyone to go to the small courtyard to rest. They would go to the shop tomorrow to arrange work. There were not many people in the small courtyard, and there was already a lot of dust. Fortunately, the Shi family, Jiang Bao, and the others were diligent people. After cleaning up for a while, they could stay. Dinner was easy to settle. When Dajiang came, he had brought a lot of vegetables that he had picked from the side of the house. Now, they were filled in 2 big boxes. They could easily make some meals. Yi and Lan Hua went to the kitchen to work. Gu Yundong took this opportunity to knock on the door of the neighbor's house with a caddy of white sugar, 2 cans, and a few pastries. There was a family of 5 living here. The owner's surname was Wang, and the Wang family's son was also studying at Tianhai Academy. He had become familiar with Gu Dajiang, and the two of them often discussed knowledge together and went to the academy together. When the Gu family returned to Yongfu village, there was no one in the small courtyard, so they asked the Wang family to help take care of it. Now that Gu Yundong was back, she naturally had to thank him. When the Wang family saw that she had brought over a lot of things, they quickly declined. Gu Yundong said, "I have to go back after staying here for a few days. I still have to ask you to take care of the house. If you don't accept the gifts, I won't be able to continue troubling you." The Wang family was speechless and accepted the items. But just as Gu Yundong was about to leave, Mother Wang suddenly pulled her back and looked mysterious. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 973. Someone is looking for you, Yundong, let me tell you. When your family was not around, someone came a few times and kept wandering around your house. I don't know what he was doing. I asked a few questions, and she asked me when your family would come back. Gu Yundong was stunned. Her first reaction was to wonder if youngest Uncle Gu had been found. But on second thought, if it was youngest Uncle Gu, he must have gone to Aunt K's place. He wouldn't have come to the small courtyard directly. She was a little disappointed. She calmed herself down and asked, "Who was it? What did she look like?" "It's just a young woman. She's been here several times. She's been especially diligent these past 2 days." "Oh, right, when she came yesterday, there was a young lady beside her." Gu Yundong searched her mind. A young woman with a young girl, who knew the address of her small courtyard. That could only be Shao Yuan and her mother. Gu Yundong described the appearance of the mother and daughter to Mother Wang, who nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. It's them." "Yundong, do you know them?" "Yes, I know them. They might be looking for our family for something. I'll go over and take a look tomorrow." Then, Gu Yundong took her leave. Early the next morning, Gu Yundong brought the Shi family to Gus and Medjing Gang. Gus was as busy as ever. Fortunately, there were 2 employees and there was a break. Zhuangzi's eyes lit up when he saw the shop. He secretly said to Jiang Bao, "Indeed, I made the right choice to come to the prefectural city. Look at how big this shop is and how good the business is. The prefectural city is so prosperous. In the future, becoming the shopkeeper of this prefectural city will be my goal." Jiang Bao also raised his head and looked around. Compared to the prefectural city, the difference was too great. He had just walked all the way from the small courtyard. The crowd on this street was not something the county city could compare to. As for Gus, not only were there many people coming and going, but the customers were also very generous. Other than white sugar, there was no restriction on buying preserved fruit jam, so there were especially many people buying it. No wonder the Gu family's workshop wanted to hire so many people to rush the production. At this moment, be it Jiang Bao, Zhuangzi, or even Lan Huar, they were filled with fighting spirit. Now, there were 2 shop assistants in the shop. One was Ah Shu, and the other was Su Changshan. Ah Shu was originally a temporary worker. Now that Zhuangzi was here, he was finally free. Speaking of which, he preferred to run around and did not like to stay in a shop and be busy. Gu Yundong called Su Changshan over and introduced him to Zhuangzi. "From now on, you will both be the shop assistants in this shop. Get to know each other first. You have to get along well and help each other." Su Changshan was honest, but he still nodded excitedly. On the other hand, Zhuangzi was very adaptable. After all, he had been a shopkeeper before. He instantly chatted with Su Changshan. Gu Yundong then distributed this year's open business red packets and told Xinjiang about the shop's business. Then, they went to Shao Qingyuan's pharmacy. Jiang Bao already knew Dr. Xiong. He was also familiar with Ah Zhu in the shop. In addition, he was smart and quickly integrated into the pharmacy team. Gu Yundong would not ask Dr. Xiong about the pharmacy. After all, he was focused on studying medicine. However, with Zhu around, it was enough for her to know the situation of the shop. Finally, Yundong brought He Yi and Lan Hua to New Tea Pavilion. New Tea Pavilion entertained the female guests, so Zhuangzi and the others stayed behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 974, Where's My Aunt Ko? With Madame Chiu at New Tea Pavilion, it had indeed improved greatly since her visit last time. At least the waiters wouldn't make a fuss anymore. Everything seemed to be in order. When Yundong arrived, all of them stopped what they were doing and greeted her respectfully, Boss Gu. This Boss Gu was not to be trifled with at all. They still had a deep impression of what she had done in the shop last time. Whether it was the handling of the quarrel between the two madams or the small gifts given to every guest, it was still a hot topic. During this period of time, there were even customers who came from time to ask if there were any more paintings. They could directly spend money to buy them. It was said that all the husbands and brothers of these madams and young ladies wanted it. Unfortunately, there were no more paintings. Yundong brought Lan Hua to Madame Chiu and said, Madame Chiu, didn't you say that this New Tea Pavilion is still short of people? This is Lan Hua. She's from the same village as me. She's smart and has a good image. Is there a problem with her helping in this New Tea Pavilion? Lan Hua quickly followed Yundong's instructions. With a smile on her face, she greeted obediently, Hello, Madame Chiu. Madame Chiu nodded slightly and sized up Lan Hua, feeling slightly satisfied. She was still looking forward to the person Yundong had found. At least, she was better than the people that Madame Dai and Nie Shuang had found. The waiters they brought were all servants who had signed a death contract in the residence. Admittedly, such loyal waiters would not be easily bribed. However, perhaps because they were used to being servants, they would subconsciously lower themselves when they met guests. Madame Chiu had to adjust them for a long time to change this bad habit. On the other hand, Su Qing did not have the cautious attitude of a servant. Although she also bent slightly in front of the guests, her back was straight. She even dared to raise her head in front of the guests. She was magnanimous and spoke smoothly. More importantly, she was also smart. As long as Madame Chiu gave her some pointers, she would be able to learn very quickly. She was the person Madame Chiu was most satisfied with. Now that Yundong had sent over Lan Hua, Madame Chiu was already 50% satisfied when she saw the girl's refreshing appearance and clear eyes. Alright, leave her behind. However, I have to say this first. If she can't satisfy me in half a month, I'll return her. Of course. We agreed that this New Tea Pavilion is now managed by you. Yundong was confident in this. If Lan Hua was stupid, she would not have sent her over. Otherwise, wouldn't she be slapping herself in the face? Yundong called Su Qing over and said to Lan Hua, This is Su Qing. Su Changshen, whom we met earlier, is her brother. She has been working in New Tea Pavilion for a long time. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask her. There are few customers now. Let Su Qing show you around the shop first. Okay. Lan Hua was a little excited. When she entered just now, she felt that this shop was very different. She was filled with curiosity and excitement. Yundong let the two of them go alone, and He Yi followed. Then, she asked Madame Chiu about the situation at New Tea Pavilion. Madame Chiu, on the other hand, was very happy. It's very good. This milk tea shop, which is unique in the prefectural city, is very popular. If it weren't for the fact that the weather is cold and people are lazy and unwilling to go out, I'm afraid it would have been filled with people even if it was morning. Where's Aunt Ko? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 975. Looking for Eldest Aunt. Aunt Ko was also helping out in the shop, but Gu Yundong hadn't seen her since her arrival. Madame Chiu waved her hand and lowered her voice. Sister Ko has gone to the capital. Gu Yundong was shocked. To the capital? Why? Did she go alone? When did she go? What happened? There were a lot of questions at once, and Madame Chiu could hear her anxiety and knew that she was very concerned about Aunt Ko. Therefore, she quickly said, she went there a few days ago. She and Nie Shuang went to the capital. It seemed to be about young Master Nie. Young Master Nie. Nie Zong. Ever since she came to the prefectural city, she had not seen Nie Zong again. Aunt Ko only said that he had been sent elsewhere by his father to train. So he had gone to the capital? Seeing that she was still frowning, Madame Chiu comforted her. Don't worry. I heard from Madame Dai that it shouldn't be a big deal, so you don't have to worry too much. Gu Yundong heaved a sigh of relief. Since Madame Dai said so, the problem must not be serious. She then asked about Madame Dai's situation and found out that she was not in the prefectural city either. It seemed that Dai Wenhua had escorted her to celebrate some old madame's birthday. Gu Yundong dispelled her plan to visit the Dai residence. Then, Madame Chiu told her about the major events that had happened in the prefectural city in the past few months. Gu Yundong had an idea. After she finished reading the account book, she planned to leave New Tea Pavilion. Gu Yundong still had to look for Shao Yuan and her mother and ask them if there was anything urgent. She planned to go alone. It was not far from here. Therefore, she asked He Yi and her daughter to stay here. If they could help, they would help. Or they could see how others treated the guests. It was good to get used to it in advance. Then, Gu Yundong took Tong Shui Tao and drove the carriage to Xingtao Street. She went to Shao Yuan's house and knocked on the door. Fortunately, Madame Fan and Shao Yuan were both at home. It seemed that they did not go to the flower market to sell flowers today. When Gu Yundong stepped through the door and realized that there were not many flowers in the courtyard, she understood. The weather was cold, and there were not many people in the flower market. There were also fewer flowers. When she saw Gu Yundong, Madame Fan quickly welcomed her. Miss Gu, you're all back. No, I'm the only one back. I still have to leave in a few days. I heard from the aunt next door that you and Shao Yuan went to the small courtyard to look for our family. Is there anything wrong? Madame Fan nodded. There's indeed something I want to talk to your eldest aunt about. Looking for eldest aunt? Yes, eldest aunt went to the flower and bird market to sell wood carvings. The stall was adjacent to Madame Fan's. The two of them seemed to be quite compatible. It was said that they had a good relationship. Here it goes. Previously, your eldest aunt told me to help pay attention to whether there are any houses here for rent. Some time ago, a family's house on the street behind us happened to be empty. The house is not big, but the rent is all right. It costs 4 taels a month, so I went to the small courtyard to look for your eldest aunt. Madame Fan said, it's just that I haven't seen her come back. Moreover, 2 days ago, I saw someone bringing people to take a look at the house. It was because the other party was not satisfied with the price and wanted to lower the price, so there was a dilemma. I'm worried that if we wait a little longer, that house will be rented out. To be honest, it's not easy to find a house there. Although Xingtao Street was also a chaotic place, and there were local tyrants who would come out from time to cause trouble, its position was actually not bad. The rent for the places with slightly better security was expensive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 976, Gu Dajiang participates in the county examination. Gu Yundong pursed her lips slightly. Eldest Aunt Gu had told her and Gu Dajiang not long ago that she wanted to move out. Gu Dafeng was a strong-willed person. It was naturally not a problem for her to live in a small courtyard for a short period of time, but she could not live there forever. After all, this was the Gu family's house, and she had already married into the Bian family. There was no reason for her to stay at her younger brother's house with her husband and son. However, she did not have enough money on hand at the moment, so she could only find a cheaper and smaller place to rent. After getting to know Madame Fan, Eldest Aunt Gu heard from her that Xingtao Street was not bad and that there were acquaintances like Madame Fan and her daughter around, so she asked them to help keep an eye on it. She just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. But it was impossible for Gu Yundong to let Gu Dafeng move here now. Bian Han's legs had not recovered yet. If he moved out now, if he was not careful, the early treatment would all be in vain. Eldest Aunt was going to sell wood carvings. If Uncle was the only one at home, what if he accidentally fell? At the very least, they had to let him stand up on his own. Only then could he move out. In Gu Yundong's opinion, it would take at least half a year. Gu Yundong had said this to Gu Dafeng before. After some consideration, Gu Dafeng finally agreed to continue living in the small courtyard. However, she clearly did not have time to tell Madame Fan about this. This was a waste of Madame Fan's efforts. Wait a minute, Gu Yundong suddenly thought of Zhuangzi. Didn't they say that they were looking for a house? If they lived here, Zhuangzi and Jiang Bao could go to the shop with Su Changshen, and Su Qing could be with Lan Hua. The two women wouldn't have to worry too much. Everyone lived close to each other and could help each other. At the thought of this, Gu Yundong hurriedly said to Madame Fan, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Aunt. My eldest aunt won't rent a house here for the time being." Madame Fan was stunned for a moment before Gu Yundong continued, "But I do have someone who wants to rent a house. I'll get Shui Tao to call them over. How about we take a look at that house later?" Madame Fan quickly nodded. Of course. Gu Yundong asked Tong Shui Tao to bring Zhuangzi and the others back. When the Shi family arrived, Madame Fan brought them to the street at the back and found the owner. The owner looked at the large group of people and was shocked. He asked Madame Fan, "There are so many people living here?" "Of course not," Gu Yundong replied. "The three of them are the tenants. We're just here to take a look." The owner heaved a sigh of relief. His house was small. If he squeezed so many people in, it would make him feel like his house was about to be destroyed. These people were up to no good. The group of people entered the house and walked around. The house was indeed small and there were only 2 rooms. It was just right for Zhuangzi and Jiang Bao to have one each. However, the house was quite clean. Gu Yundong felt that it was not bad. Zhuangzi and the others were also quite satisfied. They even seemed a little excited. In the end, Gu Yundong helped bargain and rented it for 1.3 taels a month. After settling the matter of the house, Zhuangzi, Jiang Bao, and Lan Hua also did their own jobs and quickly got to work. 2 days later, Gu Yundong brought Shi Dashan and his wife to a manor in the suburbs and handed them over to Shui Zongguang. After they settled down, she returned to Yongfu village without stopping. 5 days later, the date of the county examination arrived. The Gu family woke up early in the morning. Gu Yundong even checked Gu Dajiang's things several times. Very good. The brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were all there. The 10 pieces of clothing were also put on. Everything was ready. The rest would depend on her father's luck. She hoped that nothing would happen to his position. However, things did not go as planned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 977, Daughters Love. Outside the county examination hall, there were many people squeezing in. It was still early, and the sky was not completely bright. The temperature was low and very cold. Dajiang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he got out of the carriage. There were too many people, so the carriage could only stop a little further away and then they had to get down to walk. Dajiang held a test basket in his hand. It was filled with many things that Yundong had prepared for him. The group of people followed him in. Not long after, they saw Qingyuan standing not far away. Junkin and his family stood beside him. This time, only Junkin participated in the county examination in Qingyuan's school. The 13-year-old youth was a little excited and nervous. His family even pulled him along and reminded him. Junkin quickly greeted Dajiang. Qingyuan looked at the two of them and said, "The first round of the county examination isn't difficult. Most people who can read and write well will pass. As long as you're not too nervous and maintain a clean and tidy paper, it won't be a problem to pass. The examiner will naturally explain the rules of the examination hall to you later. Just do as you're told." Then, he lowered his voice and added, "Remember, you can't mention His Majesty's name or those of the late emperors." The two of them nodded and carefully noted it down. Not long after, there was a sound in front of them. They were preparing to enter the venue after the body check. Dajiang and Junkin quickly walked forward and lined up at the back of the queue. There were many people participating in the county examination. There were hundreds of people in Fengkai County, so they were divided into several rows for body check. Dajiang stood at the back of the team and couldn't help but rub his nose. After all, he was considered rather old here. Most of the people who participated in the county examination were about the same age as Junkin. For someone like Dajiang, if he hadn't even passed the county examination, he would basically be recognized as not talented in studying. Most of them wouldn't take the examination again. Of course, there were also some who refused to give up. They were already so old and even had grandchildren, but they still refused to give up. Every year, such people participated in the county examination and would be pointed at and discussed softly. Now, Dajiang had become the subject of discussion. But, he was fearless. Fortunately, it wasn't long before it was his turn. Dajiang handed the examination basket to the guard and let others remove his coat with a calm expression. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the guard was speechless. Is this person crazy? He looked at Dajiang with a strange expression. The corners of his mouth twitched as he asked, "How many clothes are you wearing?" 10. Dajiang glanced at the shocked expressions of the people behind him from the corner of his eye. He coughed lightly and said, "There's nothing I can do. My children are filial. They insist that the weather is still cold and the exam is quite stressful. If I accidentally catch a cold, won't all my previous efforts be in vain? I can't let them down." In the end, he even puffed out his chest. "Don't worry, they're all thin clothes. It's obvious at a glance. There's no problem." The corners of the guard's mouth twitched as he glared at Dajiang in dissatisfaction. This was clearly increasing their workload. Hence, the examination basket had already been checked. They were still looking at Dajiang's shoes. However, when they saw Dajiang putting on his clothes again and warming up, the others who were watching the joke couldn't help but shiver. They were so cold. After checking, Dajiang walked in relaxed. After entering, they still had to queue up and wait for the county officials to call their names. There would also be a ritual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 978, Failed the First Examination. After confirming everything, Dajiang walked in with his badge. However, the more he walked, the more hesitant he became. A faint smell that left a deep impression on him came from the tip of his nose. In the end, he stood in front of his examination booth with tears streaming down his face. Yundong, you jinx. His luck was indeed extraordinary. He was really next door to the toilet. Why aren't you going in yet? The guard behind looked over and asked with a frown. Dajiang chuckled in his heart. You already know the answer. Why don't I go in? Then why are you standing so far away? Why are you covering your nose when you ask? He wanted to take a deep breath, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He even tried his best to slow down his breathing and slowly walked into the test shed. Fortunately, he had such experience before and was used to it, or maybe not. Dajiang couldn't help but curse. He quickly took out the examination basket, found 2 patches of ointment, and pasted them on his temples. This was what Yundong had asked the doctor to prepare. It could refresh the mind. Then, he took out a mask. This mask was very thin. It was only 2 pieces of cloth. There were 2 strings at the side that could pull the cloth together after all. They had to do a body search before entering the venue. Yundong could not prepare too much for her father. 2 pieces of cloth were the limit. Then, Dajiang stuffed the dried flowers between the cloths and covered his mouth and nose. Indeed, he was much better. The guard not far away had a deep impression of Dajiang's 10 pieces of clothes, so he didn't leave just now. When he saw his actions, the corners of his mouth twitched. What's going on? Did he predict that he would be sitting beside the toilet, so he prepared so well in advance? But that wasn't all. Dajiang took out another small bottle and dripped 2 drops into every corner. In an instant, a fragrance spread in the surroundings. The surrounding examinees were speechless. Brother, thank you. Dajiang was finally ready, but when he thought about how there were still a few more rounds to go, he sighed inwardly. He was hesitating. After the first round, would he not take the next round? There were a total of 5 rounds of the county examination. The first round was the main event. Whether the candidates participated in the subsequent rounds was up to them. However, most of them would continue. Dajiang had planned to finish all 5 rounds from the beginning. He was extremely sad, but after receiving the test paper, he calmed down and began to answer the questions seriously. However, many students who were participating in the county examination for the first time were too nervous. Not long after, someone ran to the toilet with an upset stomach. Dajiang was speechless. This would affect his performance. Fortunately, he was fully armed. Coupled with the fact that the first round was not difficult, he focused on writing quickly. The first test consisted of 2 essays and 1 poem. The subjects and styles of the essays and poem were fixed. The entire volume could not exceed 700 words. It was indeed not difficult for Dajiang. At noon, Dajiang only ate some pastries and continued answering the questions. He should be the first to put down his brush. A guard noticed his situation and couldn't help but take a second look at him. After Dajiang finished writing, he put down his pen and paper and read it carefully twice. Then, he waited for the release. He finished answering early and was the first batch to leave. When he walked out, he realized that Zhuangzi had also come out. His expression was very calm and there was no problem with it. On the other hand, Zhuangzi was shocked when he saw Dajiang's conflicted expression. It was not the right time to ask him. After the 2 of them left the examination hall, Zhuangzi asked cautiously, Uncle Gu, are you all right? Could it be that he had failed the first round? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 979. Too tragic. Dajiang didn't feel too good. He felt that he had a smell on him. Didn't Zhuangzi feel it when he stood beside him? Junkin saw his strange expression and thought that he really did not do well. He quickly comforted him. The county examination is held once a year. Many people are very nervous the first time they take the examination. But after all, after the first time, it won't happen again. Uncle Gu, let's. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yundong and the others hurried over. Father, how are you? Are you all right? She did not ask about the results. After all, Gu Yundong was very confident in her father. But when she saw Gu Dajiang's expression, why did he look so listless? Before Gu Dajiang could say anything, two candidates walked past him. They covered their noses and pointed at him with smiles. That's him. The test shed is by the latrine. It's him. That's too tragic. Look at him. He's so old. I reckon he has taken the examination many times but never passed. This time, he was unlucky enough to be assigned to the toilet. There's definitely no hope this year. Isn't that so? Not long after noon, I looked up and realized that he had put down his brush. He must have given up on himself. It's too tragic. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to take it and would vomit. Gu Dajiang was speechless. If you want to discuss others, shouldn't you walk further away? Why did you stand beside me and not lower your voice at all? He glared at the two of them. The two examinees were shocked and quickly pulled each other away. He's angry from embarrassment. Let's go, let's go. Gu Yundong's eyes flashed with disbelief. No, it couldn't be. Although she had made preparations, she did not expect the misfortune to really land on her father. The rest of the Gu family also felt that Gu Dajiang was too pitiful, but they should be comforting him at this time. Why did they want to laugh? Junkin's eyes widened even more. So, Uncle Gu did not look well because of the bad location of the examination hall. Then how did he do? Gu Yundong was the one who calmed down and suppressed the smile on her lips. She looked up and saw her father's angry expression. After a moment of silence, she sighed and patted his shoulder. Father, you have to thank me. Let's go home. At this moment, Gu Dajiang only wanted to go back and take a shower. After bidding farewell to Qin Wenjing and Junkin, he left in a hurry. Gu Yundong and the others looked at each other and immediately followed him into the carriage. Almost everyone in Yongfu village knew that the head of the Gu family, Gu Dajiang, was going to participate in the county examination. All of them were looking forward to it. Some people hoped that he would pass, while others hoped that he would fail. However, no matter what they were thinking, there were many people waiting at the entrance of the village. When they saw the Gu family's carriage, they hurriedly ran forward and asked, Dajiang, how did you do? Dajiang, I heard that this county examination is very difficult. How did you do? It doesn't matter if you don't pass. It's held once a year. You can continue to take the exam next year. Anyway, your family can afford it. Gu Yundong frowned slightly. She lifted the curtain and said to the people outside, everyone, disperse. It's only the first round. How can you know the results so quickly after the exam? When will we know the result? Someone asked. After all, it had been a long time since an elementary scholar appeared in Yongfu village. They didn't even know how the county examination would be conducted. In about half a month. What? That long? Gu Yundong ignored everyone else and the carriage quickly returned to the Gu residence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 980, Result publicized 2 days later, Gu Dajiang participated in the second exam. The second round was a challenge, the third round was another challenge, and the fourth and fifth rounds were consecutive. After every round, the examinees would rest for 2 days. Therefore, it was not too hard for them to pass these 5 rounds. Ever since the first round, Dajiang had gotten used to that smell. In the next few rounds, Yundong even tried to find dry flowers that could make him feel more comfortable and asked him to put them under his mask. Dajiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, it didn't matter anymore. The special training at home had been very useful. He sat beside the latrine and could calmly write his article. It did not matter. However, after the last exam, Dajiang quickly ran out. After returning home, he immediately took a shower and soaked in the bathtub for an hour. He sighed faintly. Indeed, it is easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but it is difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. In the past, when I was in Gu village, I grabbed cow and pig dung with my bare hands. My body was so dirty that a layer of mud could be scraped off, but I could still lie down and sleep soundly. Now, however, it was indeed very comfortable to take a bath. Furthermore, when he came out, his daughter personally made delicious food and placed it on the table. At that moment, Dajiang felt extremely satisfied. The Gu family didn't even ask about the results. There were still 5 days before the results were publicized. During this period, he just had to eat and drink well. However, the others in Yongfu village were scratching their ears and cheeks. They wished they could come to the Gu family every day to ask. No one knew why they were in such a hurry. Even Dong Shulan came to the Gu residence twice to ask. Gu Yundong was speechless. Even if he passed the county examination, he would not be an elementary scholar. There was still the prefectural examination. He would only be considered an elementary scholar if he passed it. Time passed quickly, and 5 days were gone in a flash. That morning, everyone in the Gu family woke up early. Although they all felt that there was no problem with passing the county examination, they still could not suppress their nervousness. The entire family got into the carriage and headed for the county city. The villagers of Yongfu village were a step too late. When they arrived, the Gu family had already left. Gu Yundong had reserved a table at a restaurant near the county office 2 days ago. It was still early and the result wouldn't be publicized so quickly. The group entered the restaurant and sat on the 2nd floor by the street. Not long after, Qingyuan and Eighteenth arrived. The restaurant was soon filled with people. Gu Yundong ordered some food and ate while waiting. Soon, even the streets were filled with people. It was lively below, and everyone was discussing who might be on the rankings. Qingyuan also said, only 50 people will pass this county examination. There are still many talented students in the county city. Shao, Yu Hongkai, and the others from Dongyi Academy are very likely to be on the list. However, the 2 of you have solid knowledge, so I'm not worried. I just don't know what ranking you are. Dajiang usually studied in the prefectural city. He didn't know many students in the county city. However, the students in the county city often held poetry and essay conferences. Some people who did well stood out. These people were all popular candidates for this county examination. Soon, it was noon. Gu Yundong and the others were about to get up and look at the government office when they heard the sound of wind blowing and beating. The people who were waiting in the restaurant all stood up. The result has been publicized. The result has been publicized. Quick, go down and take a look. With a series of crackling sounds, many people rushed downstairs. However, the streets below were filled with people. Even if they went down, they would not be able to squeeze through. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 981, Who's the County Champion? The Gu family members calmly continued to sit in the restaurant on the 2nd floor. If they went down now, they would not be able to squeeze in at all. It was better to wait for the crowd to disperse before going down. Junkin's family wanted to go down, but seeing that the Gu family was in such a state and that Qingyuan was still around, they stabilized themselves and continued to eat and drink. Only their table was left on the huge second floor. The streets below were already crowded with people. 2 armed bailiffs opened the way in front, and the 2 bailiffs behind walked to the notice board with the rankings. Everyone looked at them eagerly. The few bailiffs were expressionless and only scolded the crowd that was squeezing around. Move aside and step back. When there was an empty space in front of the notice board, the 2 bailiffs opened the list and pasted it on the wall. After the post was done and the bailiffs left, everyone went forward with a bang. Not long after, someone shouted loudly, I won, 30th place, ha 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 ha, 30th place. Someone beside him immediately congratulated him. That person looked at the rankings happily for a while more before being pulled out by the person behind him. Get out after you're done checking. Don't block the people behind you. Gu Yundong and the others stood on the second floor. As they were far away, they could not see the names on the list clearly. They could only look at the various expressions of the people on the streets. Some people were ecstatic and screamed loudly. Some people cried loudly and beat their chests. Gu Yundong even saw an old man with white hair covering his face and crying bitterly. He shouted heart-wrenchingly, I didn't pass. Why didn't I pass? I can even recite the 4 books and 5 classics backwards. Why didn't I pass? God, you're unfair to me. Someone beside him looked at him sympathetically and comforted him. If you don't win this time, there will be a next time. You will definitely win next time. Yes. That person came back to his senses and nodded heavily. Yes, he'll take the exam again next year. He'll go back and read. He'll definitely be able to pass. Gu Yundong was speechless. This man looked about the same age as old Gu. He had not even passed the county examination after so many years. He still wanted to continue. As one got older, their memory and comprehension abilities would deteriorate. He might do even worse next year. Gu Yundong shook her head and looked away, no longer looking at him. There were still many people on the streets. Some people could not squeeze through and simply asked the people in front if their names were on it. Some people knew that they did not pass, so they asked others. Who's the champion? Who's first? Is it Shao or Yu Hongkai? I guess it must be Shao. I think it's Yu Hongkai. Maybe it's someone else. Some people could not see the rankings and could only discuss outside. However, in the next moment, a shout came from inside. It's not Shao or Yu Hongkai. It's Gu Dajiang. The county champion is Gu Dajiang. It's Gu Dajiang. The students behind were suddenly shocked. Gu Dajiang. Who is Gu Dajiang? Why haven't I heard of him? I've never heard of him either. Where did he come from? In short, he's not a student of our Dongyi Academy. Gu Dajiang, where is Gu Dajiang? Come out, Gu Dajiang. After the people on the street recovered from their shock, they began to look for people. This was really a dark horse. They actually didn't know this county champion. They had never heard of this name. At this moment, the Gu family on the second floor of the restaurant looked at the equally shocked Gu Dajiang in astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 982, Father, your first county champion. It's him. How was this possible? Gu Dajiang was stunned. Yes, he was talented in reading. He had been smart since he was young. He had been greatly praised by his mentor. He had been affirmed by the head of the Tianhai Academy. He had been assured by the young genius top scholar, Qingyuan, that there was definitely no problem. However, he was sitting next to the toilet during the exam. He was the first to put down his brush and paper. He had not received the headmaster's guidance for many years. He had only entered the academy to study for half a year. Even so, he actually got first place, the county champion. The corners of Gu Dajiang's mouth couldn't help but crack. Then, he suddenly stood up. This time, he couldn't stay in the restaurant calmly anymore. He immediately ran downstairs. He wanted to take a look personally. He had to confirm it personally. When Zhuangzi saw him coming down the stairs, he could not hold it in any longer and ran down as well. Gu Dafeng was the third, followed by Zhuangzi's parents. Gu Yundong could not help but say to Qin Wenjing, "Help me take care of my mother and younger siblings." "Thank you." With that, she rushed down. Qin Wenjing, who had just left the stool and wanted to get off, was speechless. He silently sat back down, feeling a little angry that he was actually a step too late. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have kept his image, right? He could only turn his head and say to Madame Yang, Yun Shu, and the others, "Well, it's crowded below. It's easy for you to get lost. It's the same if we wait here." "Yes, master." Gu Yunshu and Bian Yuanji nodded at the same time. Although Madame Yang was still thinking about going down, Lu Hongshou stopped her. Seeing that the three children had squeezed to the railing and were looking down, she quickly squeezed over. As expected, as soon as she lowered her head, she saw Gu Dajiang and the others rush out of the restaurant and walk towards the rankings one after another. Gu Yundong was fast and had already reached Gu Dajiang. But, she couldn't squeeze in at all. There were too many people. She had just squeezed in when she was pushed out again. As soon as she entered, she was pushed out again and further away. Gu Yundong held her forehead and stood on the spot to look around. Suddenly, she shouted, "Whose money fell to the ground?" As soon as she said this, many people subconsciously lowered their heads. Gu Yundong was delighted and took the opportunity to enter with Gu Dajiang. Fortunately, they were all strong. Once they squeezed through an opening, it would be much easier to move forward. Finally, after the few of them were covered in sweat, they finally stood 3 meters away from the rankings. Gu Yundong had good eyesight. She looked up and saw that her father's name was indeed in the first row. She immediately shouted happily. "You're really number one. Father, you're really number one, the county champion." Gu Yundong pointed at the rankings. "Did you see it? Gu Dajiang, your name." Gu Dajiang naturally saw it. His fingers trembled slightly. Gu Dafeng, who was beside him, grabbed his arm and pinched it very hard. She shouted excitedly, "Brother, it's you. It's your name. I recognize it. You're really too awesome." When the people beside them heard the commotion, they turned their heads with a whoosh and focused their gazes on them. County champion. So this person was Gu Dajiang. The eyes of the two people beside him constricted as they looked at him in shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 983. He's fourth. One of them couldn't help but touch him. "Why, your name is Gu Dajiang?" "Yes, it's me." Gu Dajiang finally came back to his senses. His face was filled with joy as his eyes landed on the rankings. That person's eyes widened. "Are you really Gu Dajiang? But you were beside the toilet during the exam. You even finished answering the questions and put down your brush and paper early. How can you be the county champion?" When the others heard this, they were even more shocked. His exam shed was by the latrine. Finishing the questions early. Are you serious? Gu Dajiang also recognized the two of them. Weren't they the people who had stood beside him when he left the examination hall and said firmly that he couldn't get in? Gu Dajiang couldn't help but puff out his chest. So what if the test shed is beside the toilet? As long as you answer the question seriously and don't smell anything, you can naturally write like a god. Everyone was speechless. Gu Yundong thought of the 5 or 6 sachets he had brought with him during the second round of the exam. The corners of her mouth twitched. Forget it, since it was a joyous day, she would not expose it. However, the people around him quickly congratulated Gu Dajiang. Brother Gu, to be able to achieve such results despite such an environment and obtain the county championship, you're indeed admirable. Brother Gu, where are you studying now? I don't think we've seen you before. That's right, Brother Gu. We often hold poetry gatherings, but I didn't see you participate. If you came, we would have known you long ago. Gu Dajiang had interacted with the students in Tianhai Academy for a long time and was already used to it. He replied politely, I usually live in the prefectural city and don't come back often. That's why I don't know you. So he was in the prefectural city. No wonder they felt that he was unfamiliar. However, they were also puzzled. At Gu Dajiang's age, it couldn't be his first time participating in the county examination, right? If he had participated in it before, they would have known him. Someone still wanted to ask, but a panting voice came from behind. Uncle Gu, is my name on it? It was Yi Junkin. In the end, he was one step behind Gu Dajiang. When he went downstairs, he couldn't squeeze in. In addition, he was young and thin, and his parents weren't farmers. Now that he had finally arrived, he was sweating profusely and in a sorry state. When Gu Yundong heard his voice, she quickly turned to look at the rankings. The first place was Gu Dajiang, and the second place was an unfamiliar name. Anyway, she didn't know. The third place was Yu Hongkai from Dongyi Academy, who Qin Wenjing had mentioned had a chance of becoming the county champion. The other person, Shao, was in 6th place. Yi Junkin was in 4th place. Gu Yundong was delighted. She immediately turned his head and said, You won too. You're 4th. Yi Junkin was stunned and immediately shouted happily, I got it too. Father, mother, I got it too. His parents were so happy that they cried. Yes. You got it too. Our son is too capable. Many people were attracted by them. It was said that he was 4th. Although he was not as good as the county champion, he was still in the top 10 of the county. It was also an honor. All of them were instantly envious. Moreover, this young man looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. He was so young. His future was probably even more limitless. Many people present knew Yi Junkin. They knew that he was studying in a very small school. However, they did not expect that the school would have such ability to nurture him into 4th place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 984, Come Here. Yi Junkin was Qin Wensheng's student. With Qin Wensheng's guarantee, Gu Yundong knew that he would be fine. However, the 4th place was already very eye-catching. At the same time, her father was in 1st place. He was even more eye-catching and she was proud. If there were no major accidents, the county champion would not need to take the examination all the way to the court examination. He would enter school as usual and obtain the elementary scholar's honor. Her father was almost a confirmed elementary scholar. Father, let's go out first. Yunshu and the others are still waiting. Okay. Let's go back first. Gu Dajiang hurriedly bade farewell to the examinees who were still talking to him. These people knew that such good news should be told to the family early, so they didn't stop him. Hence, a group of people squeezed out of the crowd. Gu Yundong's forehead was covered in sweat. She exhaled heavily, tidied her clothes, and hurried to the restaurant. The people upstairs had been waiting anxiously for a long time. They all looked downstairs. After Gu Yundong and the others came up, Yunshu and Yunka rushed over like cannonballs. Father, are they telling the truth? You're the county champion, right? Yes. Gu Dajiang was overjoyed and rubbed his little head. Yunshu was overjoyed. Father, you're the best. You have to work harder and win the prefecture examination and the court examination in one go. In the end, you'll be the top scorer in the Royal Palace examination. Father, do you know that you will win 6 consecutive examinations? Gu Dajiang, no, I don't know. I don't want to know either. Son, you really think highly of me. You're even talking about winning 6 consecutive examinations. Your father feels that his luck is heaven-defying to have obtained a county champion. Why do you make it sound like I'm already the top scholar? Gu Yundong coughed lightly and said to Yunshu, don't give father so much pressure. He's going to cry later. Yunshu blinked. Alright, he should ask for less from his father. On the other side, Yi Junkin also walked quickly to Qin Wenjing and bowed deeply. Teacher, I didn't let you down. I'm ranked 4th. Qin Wenzheng's eyes lit up. Good job. He had expected Yi Junkin to enter the top 10 in the county. He had originally estimated that the kid would be ranked 7th or 8th. He did not expect him to be more hardworking than he had imagined and get 4th place. However, the person who surprised him the most was Gu Dajiang. He was indeed confident in Gu Dajiang, but Gu Dajiang had actually obtained the county champion. This gave him a huge surprise. Especially when he heard that Gu Dajiang's examination shed was near the latrine. Indeed, with Gu Dajiang's experience, his willpower was much better than ordinary young people. It's getting late. Since we already know our ranking, I think we should leave first. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave later. If everyone knew that the county champion was here, they would probably rush up soon. Gu Yundong also thought of it and hurriedly let her parents go downstairs. If there were too many people later, it would be bad if Madame Yang and the children were squeezed. The group of people took advantage of the fact that it was still crowded below and quickly got up to leave. However, as soon as they went down, they immediately realized that the entrance was blocked. Sure enough, someone had already walked in and shouted, "Where's the county champion? Where's the county champion?" Gu Yundong hurriedly took 2 steps back. Father, hide first. I'll ask where the back door is. She felt that these people who came to look for the county champion seemed very excited. Gu Dajiang had just nodded when someone beside him suddenly waved at them. Come here. Gu Yundong looked over. When she saw the person, her pupils constricted and she suddenly rushed towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 985, Coming Back to Marry You, Why Are You Back at This Time? Gu Yundong could not hide the joy on her face. She rushed to him and hurriedly stopped, maintaining a distance of 1 meter from him. Unfortunately, they were outside now. Otherwise, she would have hugged him. Shao Qingyuan looked travel-worn. His hair was a little messy, and his clothes were slightly wrinkled. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but when he looked at Gu Yundong, his eyes were very gentle. He lowered his head slightly and said, I came back to marry you. With that, he quickly looked up and said to Gu Dajiang and the others, This is the back door. The carriage is waiting behind. Let's go back first. Okay. Although Gu Dajiang was also surprised by his sudden appearance, it was not the time to talk. He kept leading everyone to the back door. Shui Rong was already waiting there with a carriage. Beside him was Qin Wenzheng's carriage and Na Mao, who had returned with Shao Qingyuan. They quickly got into the carriages. Shao Qingyuan held Gu Yundong's hand gently. His large hands were warm. Perhaps he had grabbed the reins when he was riding the horse, and there was a mark on his palm. Yundong glanced at him and quickly got into the carriage. Dajiang was in a good mood today. He found Shao Qingyuan much more pleasing to the eye and couldn't help but ask, "When did you come back?" Shao Qingyuan jumped onto the horse's back. He turned around and saw Gu Yunshu looking at him eagerly. He immediately carried him over and placed him in front of him. As he pulled the reins, he replied, "I just entered the city. On the way, I heard many people say that today is the day of the county rankings. I thought that Uncle Gu would participate in the county test this year and that you would definitely come to see the rankings, so I came straight here to look for you." When he arrived, he happened to see them enter the restaurant. He also saw the scene of the other students looking for the restaurant. He knew that there was no way to leave from the front door, so he found Shui Rong and asked him to lead the carriage to the back door. Dajiang nodded. Not bad. This man was quite considerate. Did your trip to the capital go well? Shao Qingyuan replied, "Everything went smoothly." After a pause, he said, "Congratulations, Uncle Gu, on winning the county championship." Dajiang coughed lightly and couldn't help but smile. However, he was an elder and had to be steady. He couldn't let this brat see that he was very happy, so he nodded and lowered the curtain. Shao Qingyuan was speechless. Was he wrong to congratulate him? Gu Yunshu, who was in front of him, covered his mouth and giggled. He said softly, "My father is shy." Shao Qingyuan couldn't imagine his future father-in-law being shy. The group of people quickly arrived at Qin Wenzhang's school. Qin Wenjing wanted to have a good chat with Shao Qingyuan. After all, he had personally facilitated the man's trip to the capital. Although there was news from the capital about the cowpox vaccination method from time to time, it was not as clear as a personal demonstration. However, seeing that Shao Qingyuan only wanted to go back and talk to his future wife, the corners of Qin Wenzhang's mouth twitched. In the end, he dispelled this thought and suggested that they meet another day. The Gu family parted ways with Qin Wenjing, Yi Junkin, and the others and headed back to Yongfu village. There were already many people gathered at the entrance of Yongfu village. Even the village chief, Chen Liang, was there. When he saw the carriage driving over from afar, he hurriedly ran forward. "Brother Gu, you're finally back. The rankings have been posted, right? How is it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 986, Good job. Many people in the village looked over with anxious eyes. Of course, there were also people who were secretly gloating. The Gu family had money, land, and shops. Their lives were already enviable. If Gu Dajiang also became an elementary scholar, wouldn't the Gu family be in heavens? Wouldn't the entire Yongfu village be surnamed Gu? It was said that Gu Dajiang's examination shed was close to the toilet. It would be strange if he could pass. Therefore, when someone asked what rank he got, someone who seemed to be kind but was actually stabbing a knife immediately said, "Dajiang, it doesn't matter if you didn't perform well. There's still another year if you didn't pass this year." I heard that those in their 70s or 80s are still insisting. Don't give up. You're still young and your children are filial. When you enter the examination hall with Yunshu later, it might be a beautiful story. Most of the people could not tell. Some even nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Gu Yundong narrowed her eyes. Shao Qingyuan looked directly at the person who had spoken just now. His sharp gaze was like a wild wolf's. That person only felt a chill on his neck. When he met the gaze, his expression instantly froze. He opened his mouth and muttered softly, "Why do I feel that this wolf cub is even more ferocious than before?" Gu Dajiang had already alighted from the carriage. He didn't know how to answer everyone's questions. It was Yunke who came out later. She said very proudly, "My father is the champion of the county." County champion. Chen Liang, who was standing at the front, was shocked. Did he hear wrongly just now? What did Yinka say? However, there were also people who did not understand what this county champion meant. They immediately frowned and said, "What county champion? You didn't pass, right?" Chen Liang suddenly turned around and shouted. He slapped his thigh hard. He didn't pass. The county champion is the first place in the county examination. He's the first place in our county. Brother Gu, you're good. What? First place. Really? Dajiang, you're amazing. This is a joyous occasion. Io, isn't he about to become an elementary scholar? There's actually a county champion in our village. A big shot has appeared. Brother Gu, you have to treat us. Let's have a good time together, right? Gu Dajiang opened his mouth. He had only passed one county examination. There was no need to do this. Gu Yundong also understood that it was not appropriate to be too high profile now. She immediately said, "There's no hurry for a celebration. When my father becomes an elementary scholar, we will naturally have to celebrate. My father still has to participate in the prefectural examination in April and really doesn't have time. He will rush to the prefectural city tomorrow or the day after." Chen Liang hurriedly said, Yes. The prefectural examination is more important. We can't let other things affect your studies now." Then, he waved at the villagers. All right. Don't stand there. Go back and do your own things." The villagers still wanted to say something. This was the county champion. It was good to shake hands and bask in the joy. However, Chen Liang did not allow it. Everyone could only retreat regretfully and make way for the Gu family. Mao had already gotten off the horse and was stepping on the firm and flat ground. He couldn't help but stamp his feet and whisper to Shao Qingyuan, "Young master, this is the path that Miss has built. It's so comfortable to walk on." Shao Qingyuan nodded, looking proud. The Gu family finally returned home. Gu Dajiang heaved a sigh of relief. However, although the Gu family did not intend to treat the villagers, they still had to celebrate within the family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 987, What did he do? Today, not only did Gu Dajiang get the county champion, but even Shao Qingyuan returned. This was a double blessing. She had to cook personally. Thus, the moment they reached home, Gu Yundong rubbed her palms together and entered the kitchen. Shao Qingyuan wanted to follow, but Gu Dajiang pulled him along and asked him many questions about what happened after he went to the capital. After the two of them chatted for a while, Shao Qingyuan left and walked to the kitchen. Gu Dafeng was also inside. She had a good impression of this junior, Shao Qingyuan. She could also tell that Shao Qingyuan had good taste and ability, especially since he was loyal to her Yundong and did not have a troublesome family by his side. If Yundong married him, it would be equivalent to having another member in the Gu family. Such a son-in-law was too rare. Therefore, when she saw him enter the kitchen, she knew that he must have a lot to say after being separated from Yundong for so long. She immediately smiled and called for the others in the kitchen to walk out together. She even considerately closed the door after leaving. As soon as she left, Shao Qingyuan went forward and pulled her into his arms from behind. Gu Yundong was kneading dough and her hands were still stained with flour. It was not appropriate to touch him. She could only turn her head slightly and look up at his eyebrows. "You've lost weight. Did you not listen to me and eat well?" Shao Qingyuan met her watery eyes and felt as if he was about to be sucked in. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Yes, but the food in the capital wasn't delicious." The food in the capital was not delicious. Why did this sound so unbelievable? I want to eat your egg fried rice, he added. Yundong was slightly stunned. Then, she remembered that when they first met, she had made him an egg fried rice and he looked very satisfied. Unexpectedly, he was still thinking about it often. I'll make it for you in a minute. Qingyuan couldn't help but look at the kitchen door. He lowered his head and kissed her. Yundong pursed her lips and grabbed his clothes with her flour-stained hands. Qingyuan was still unsatisfied when he let go of her, and the desire in his heart became more and more obvious. He looked down at her. You said last time that we'd get married when I got back. Yes, after my father passes the prefectural examination. Okay. Qingyuan didn't ask further. He looked down at the basin in front of her. Let me help you. After saying that, he went to wash his hands and came back to knead for her. Yundong decided to do something else. There were only the two of them in the kitchen. Eldest Aunt Gu would probably take a long time to come in. Yundong asked him about the capital. Have you settled everything in the capital? Did you encounter any difficulties? Qingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, No, I only made a suggestion. I still have to rely on the imperial physicians from the imperial hospital to implement it. Things are progressing very smoothly, so I can come back at this time. So the cowpox vaccination method passed. Yes, it did. I even met the current emperor. Yundong was stunned and instantly became interested. You met the emperor. What does he look like? What's his personality like? The emperor was the highest leader of the country. Just thinking about it made her feel inexplicably excited. Qingyuan laughed. He thought for a moment and said, His Majesty is a very decisive person. Decisive? Yundong had long seen through this. However, what did he do to give Qingyuan such a direct impression? What did he do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 988, Is the Emperor Crazy? What did he do? Qingyuan still found it unbelievable. He lowered his voice slightly and said, After the cowpox vaccination method was confirmed that it could prevent smallpox, the emperor ordered it to be popularized. Unfortunately, no one was willing to try it. Even if the imperial physician said that there was no problem, even if it was an imperial edict from the emperor, even if the imperial physician said that they had tested it on death row prisoners and it was absolutely foolproof, no one was willing to try it. After all, it could be fatal. What if they failed? If they failed, they would lose their lives. Moreover, this method was suggested by a country bumpkin. Others heard that this person was not even a doctor. The method he mentioned was unorthodox. Could it be used? Would anyone dare to use it? Not to mention those high-ranking officials and nobles, even the commoners were unwilling. Qingyuan scoffed at this. He didn't propose such a preventive method for the sake of the world. If Yundong hadn't wanted him to make a contribution and urgently told Qin Wenjing about the method, Qingyuan wouldn't even have mentioned it. He would only silently test it himself and inoculate the people close to him. What did the rest have to do with him? Even if these people died from smallpox, he didn't care. Just as Qingyuan was about to bid farewell to Song Dajiang impatiently and return, the emperor in the palace suddenly made a bold decision that shocked him. The emperor let his 11-year-old son try the cowpox vaccination method. Yundong's eyes widened in shock. He wanted the prince to do it himself. Yes. When this news spread, the entire capital was in an uproar. This prince was born by the empress and was the legitimate heir to the throne. How noble was his status! Moreover, the current emperor only had 3 children, one of whom was a princess. Was the emperor crazy? Everyone felt that the emperor was dissatisfied with the empress and that prince. It was only later that Shao Qingyuan found out that the prince had requested this himself. He did not know about the twists and turns in the palace, but he could more or less guess that this might not only be to tell the world about the effect of the cowpox vaccination method, but also for some other purposes. When Yundong heard this, she fell into deep thought. Perhaps the emperor agreed because he wanted the world to see this prince's courage and contribution to the world. He might be paving the way for him, building his reputation. But no matter what, Yundong could not help but admire the courage of this father and son. But then, a trace of anger surged in her heart. What if this method didn't succeed? Then the first person to be convicted would be her Shao Qingyuan. What if someone wanted to harm the prince and succeeded with the cowpox vaccination method? Wouldn't everyone still have to make Shao Qingyuan take the blame? Sure enough, politics were too dirty. If they were not careful, they might become cannon fodder. What happened next? Shao Qingyuan could tell that there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. He turned to look at her and smiled. I naturally succeeded in the end. The emperor rewarded me, so I came back. Yundong nodded. It's good that you're back. Let's stay away from these things in the future. Next time, let Qin Wenjing go alone. At most, you'll write down the method and let him figure it out himself. Shao Qingyuan, after a moment of silence, he said, Actually, I came back this time with the emperor's decree. I have something to do. Yundong's hand froze. Damn it, it's not over yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 989, He really knows how to make the best use of everything. Yundong frowned slightly. What decree? The cowpox vaccination method has been confirmed. It can indeed prevent smallpox. Naturally, we have to promote it vigorously, Shao Qingyuan said. It's not only in the capital. It's the same in other places. Our Shuanhe Prefecture is naturally no exception. There was the emperor and the imperial physicians in the capital who endorsed it, and the prince had personally tested it. There was no longer any problem. However, the emperor directly handed the Shuanhe Prefecture to Shao Qingyuan. He was the most experienced and familiar with the cowpox vaccination method. Therefore, the emperor issued an imperial edict and asked Prefecture Magistrate Dai of Shuanhe Prefecture to cooperate with Shao Qingyuan to inoculate the commoners of the county towns and villages that were subordinate to the Shuanhe Prefecture. Not only that, but in order to spread the cowpox vaccination method throughout the country, the emperor gave the various prefectural cities great pressure and asked the government office to register and count the people who had been vaccinated. Half a year later, if the number of people registered in the prefectural city was minimal, they would have to report it and leave a record. At that time, the local government's evaluation of incompetence would very likely affect their future promotion. Of course, if the number of people registered exceeded 1/3, they would be rewarded by the imperial court. Yundong almost fainted when she heard that. The emperor was really good at finding trouble for them. His decision. Wasn't he worried that some prefecture magistrates will go to extremes and force those unwilling citizens to be vaccinated for the reward? Wasn't he worried that they will focus on this and not care about anything else? Shao Qingyuan had already kneaded the flour and covered the basin with a cloth. That's why the emperor will send a team of imperial guards to the various government offices to assist. Although it was said to be assisting, it was actually to supervise. Not only the imperial guards, but there will also be an imperial physician who is familiar with the cowpox vaccination method coming to the various prefectural cities. The corners of Yundong's mouth twitched. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Then which imperial physician is coming to the Shuanhe Prefecture? Is Song Dajiang here? Me. Yundong, what do you mean? When did you become an imperial physician? Shao Qingyuan explained, I'm not an imperial physician, but am more familiar with the cowpox vaccination method than an imperial physician is. The emperor said that there aren't many imperial physicians in the imperial hospital. The palace needs them, and so does the capital. Therefore, no other imperial physicians will come from the Shuanhe Prefecture. It'll cooperate with the Prefecture Magistrate. Moreover, they won't send the imperial guards because Qin Wenjing is here. Gu Yundong cursed in her heart. The current emperor really knew how to make the best use of everything. After using Qin Wenjing, he started to have designs on Shao Qingyuan. Not a good thing. Shao Qingyuan saw that she was furious and did not say the last sentence. In fact, when the emperor made this decision, he also said one sentence: "I heard that your fiancée is also an extremely smart girl." Even Minister Qin praised her endlessly and was tricked by her twice. "You are also a rare talent. I believe that there will be no problem if I leave this matter to you." At that time, Shao Qingyuan had the urge to beat Qin Wenjing up. He must have reported this matter to the emperor. Otherwise, how could the emperor remember his Yundong? However, Yundong was busy, so Shao Qingyuan did not plan to let her worry. Therefore, he would discuss this matter with Qin Wenjing and carry out the emperor's decree. "This matter is a little urgent. Tomorrow or the day after, I have to go to the prefectural city." "When are you going?" "I'll pack up tomorrow and go to the prefectural city the day after tomorrow." "All right, let's go together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 990, Gu Dajiang's obsession. After the two of them finished the discussion, footsteps sounded outside the kitchen. Soon, Gu Dafeng pushed open the door. When she entered and saw the two of them working, she immediately smiled. "Qingyuan, Yundong's father is calling for you. Hurry up and go." "We're here." Shao Qingyuan washed his hands. "All right, thank you, eldest aunt. I'll go talk to Uncle Gu first." Go. Gu Dafeng waved her hand. After they left, she looked meaningfully at Gu Yundong. The latter silently turned her back to her. "Eldest aunt, we didn't do anything. You have to trust us. What are you shy about?" Gu Dafeng leaned behind her and said with a smile, "It's been so long since you last met. It's fine for you to talk. Eldest aunt has been there before, and the two of you are engaged. It's fine. No one gossips at home." Gu Yundong coughed lightly. "Eldest aunt, be more reserved." She sped up her actions and went to the cupboard to get the eggs. At the same time, she avoided eldest aunt Gus' mysterious smile. That night, the Gu family was very excited. Gu Dajiang had won the county case. This was something he had never thought of before. To him, it was like fulfilling a dream. Many years ago, before he went to the county exam, he was directly forbidden by his parents and the patriarch from going out. All his efforts were for naught. No one knew that taking the imperial examination had actually become an obsession that he had buried in the bottom of his heart. Now that his wish had been fulfilled and his results were so gratifying, he was happy. Really, he was especially happy. Coupled with the fact that his life was getting better and better with his family by his side, his mood was very complicated. He could not help but drink a few more glasses of wine. In the end, he actually felt a little drunk. Gu Yundong was still worried when she helped him back to his room. She stretched out a hand and asked him, "Father, how many is this? Do you really think I'm drunk? It's just a few glasses of wine. Why are you worrying for nothing? How many is this?" Gu Yundong insisted. Gu Dajiang sighed. 3, I can see clearly. I'm not seeing things. All right, you've been busy for the entire day. Hurry up and rest. Your mother will take care of me from here. Only then did Gu Yundong relax slightly. Mother, if father is not feeling well, you have to go out and call us, understand? Yes, I know. Madame Yang nodded obediently. Gu Yundong then turned around and left the room. As soon as the door closed, Gu Dajiang collapsed on the bed. Madame Yang helped him take off his coat. Unexpectedly, just as she reached out, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed her down. Lun Yang, I am happy today. Teacher and old tribe leader can finally be at ease. I did not let them down, I have the face to meet them in the future. This is great, this is great. Madame Yang blinked and slowly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then, she kissed his eyes. Dajiang is the best in the world. Gu Dajiang smiled even more happily. He held her face and said gently, Lun Yang too. Gu Yundong hid outside and listened attentively for a moment. After being fed a mouthful of dog food, she rubbed her arms and quickly left. However, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Their lives would definitely get better and better in the future. The next day, as expected, Gu Dajiang woke up late. When he went out, his head still hurt. It was only when the kitchen brought him some hangover soup that he felt slightly better. Dong Xiulan came at this time, but her expression didn't seem right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991, Don't worry, I didn't agree. Gu Yundong found it strange and was about to ask. However, Dong Xiulan quickly put on a smile and handed over the basket in her hand. Your father won the county championship. Your family was busy yesterday, so I couldn't disturb you. Take this. It's a congratulatory gift. Not only were there vegetables, fruits, and eggs in the basket, but there was also a red packet. Although it's not much, this is a token of my appreciation. You must accept it. 300 copper coins was indeed not much for Gu Yundong. However, to Dong Xiulan, it was already a very thick red packet. Gu Yundong accepted it and let her in. Dong Xiulan happened to have something to ask Gu Dajiang, so she followed her into the central room. Brother Gu, is the county examination difficult? Gu Yundong poured her a cup of tea and sat opposite her. She could not help but look at her in surprise. Aunt, why are you asking this? Here it goes. I'm thinking if I should let my eldest son take the exam too. Although we don't plan to let him become an elementary scholar or high scholar, it's good for him to be a preparation scholar. If he becomes the preparation scholar, he can also be a private school teacher who enlightens children. I can be at ease. In the beginning, the Xing family had really never thought of taking the imperial examination. They just felt that it would be easy to find work later if he could read. Didn't they see that all the employees in Yundong's shop had to read and record accounts? However, when they saw that Gu Dajiang had won the county championship, the entire village was in a heated discussion. They felt very excited and proud. Dong Xiulan couldn't help but be tempted. Gu Dajiang was very supportive of such things. If Xing Jia has such thoughts, I can tell him about the county examination. As for whether it's easy or not, he'll have to try it to know. I can only say that there are hundreds of students participating in the county examination, but only 50 are on the rankings in the end. Madame Dong really didn't know about this. She was a little surprised. 50 out of a few hundred. Didn't this mean that if he wanted to be on the rankings, he had to be in the top 50 of the county? This was too difficult. She hesitated again. Gu Yundong said, Xing Jia is still young. He can still study for a few more years. And you don't have to be in such a hurry. Dong Xiulan nodded. That's true. I have to go back and ask him. With that, she stood up and was about to leave. Gu Yundong sent her out. Dong Xiulan asked her to stop and walked towards her house. Unexpectedly, Just as she was about to enter her courtyard, someone suddenly came out from the side and pulled her over. Dong Xiulan exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing?" Gu Yundong was about to turn around when she heard the voice. She immediately looked up, but she only saw Dong Xiulan being pulled to the corner. As for the person who pulled her, Dong Xiulan blocked them and she could not see clearly. Gu Yundong was shocked and quickly scolded, "What are you doing? Let go of her." As she spoke, Gu Yundong strode towards the Dong family. However, when she turned the corner, she only saw Dong Xiulan standing there alone. The person who had pulled her away had already left. "Aunt, are you all right?" Gu Yundong quickly looked down at her. Dong Xiulan waved her hand. It's okay. I'm fine." Gu Yundong frowned. "Who was that person just now? Do you know them? Are they from our village or an outsider? Did they want to harm you?" Dong Xiulan quickly shook her head. No. She's from our village and asked me for help, but don't worry, I didn't agree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992, Thick-skinned Gu Yundong was stunned. She had always been sharp. From what Dong Xiulan said, the person who asked her for help seemed to have something to do with her. Otherwise, why would Dong Xiulan reassure her? Dong Xiulan did not realize what she had exposed. She pulled Gu Yundong out. "All right, it's fine. Go back. Didn't you say that you're going to the prefectural city? Hurry up and prepare the things. I'll go take a look at Qingyuan. Brother Shao has gone to the county town." Gu Yundong pulled her back. "Auntie, why did that person ask you for help? It has something to do with me, right? Do they want to enter the workshop, or be a shop assistant, or grow fruit trees in an orchard?" Dong Xiulan was stunned. How did Yundong know that the person's request had something to do with her? She didn't want to answer. No. It has nothing to do with you. If Auntie doesn't tell me, I'll take it that the people from the other villages have ulterior motives and I'll go to look for the village chief. Gu Yundong was about to leave when Dong Xiulan hurriedly grabbed her. She couldn't dissuade her, so she sighed and said irritably, "It's someone from our village. That person just now was the wife of the second son of the Li family." The second son of the Li family? Who was that? Seeing that she had not thought of him, Dong Xiulan quickly reminded her, "It's the family that adopted Qingyuan, the second son of the Li family." Gu Yundong did not like the Li family at all. Hearing this, she frowned. "Haven't we never interacted? Why are they looking for you?" "The second son of the Li family is about to get married. He's marrying his niece, Shao. I don't know what they're thinking. They want me to make peace in front of Qingyuan and let him attend the wedding banquet. They even said that what Eldest Li and his wife did was unforgivable, but they didn't harm Qingyuan. No matter what, Qingyuan has called them second uncle and second aunt for so many years. They're all relatives and should get along." Gu Yundong. Relatives. In the past, when Shao Qingyuan lived alone in the straw hut, why didn't second uncle and second aunt say that they were relatives? Moreover, the last time she went to Old Master Li's house to cause a scene, she seemed to have exposed Old Master Li's true colors, right? Shao Qingyuan had a grudge against Old Master Li. As his son, how could he have the cheek to say that they were relatives? Indeed, the charm of money was irresistible. If Shao Qingyuan was still a poor kid without money, they wouldn't have to go through this. However, this was not the end. Dong Xiulan continued, "There's also the He family. They heard that Zhuangzi's family went to the prefectural city and insisted that I come to look for you. They said that they wanted you to send a message to Sher Dashan and his wife so that they could come back for the wedding banquet. They said that there was some unhappiness last time. They wanted to take this opportunity to reconcile." The He family really didn't know that Zhuangzi's family had gone to the prefectural city. They thought that Dajiang and his wife were at least staying at home. Unexpectedly, when they came over, the house was locked. Yundong was speechless. So severing ties was a joke. These two families really knew how to find soft persimmons to bully. They knew that Dong Xiulan had a good relationship with them and was soft and easy to talk to, so they asked her to persuade them. No wonder Auntie's expression was not good when she entered just now. "Auntie, you don't have to worry about it. In any case, we're going to the prefectural city tomorrow. They won't be able to find us." Dong Xiulan nodded. "I know. I didn't plan to agree to them either. They're just too annoying." She would go to the workshop in a while. The second son of the Li family's wife did not dare to look for her in the workshop anyway. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 993, Awkward Situation. Gu Yundong did not care about the marriage between the Li family and the He family, let alone their unreasonable request. The next day, the Gu family and the Shao family drove the carriage away from Yongfu village. They left early and set off before dawn. However, not long after they left, second brother Li and his wife slowly arrived at the foot of the mountain. They first poked their heads in front of the Shao family's door for a while. In the end, they were a little afraid and did not dare to enter. After some thought, they ran to the Gu family's door. The Gu family's main door was open, and the concierge, Father Tong, was also there. Li Dunzi took a few steps forward, but when he saw Father Tong looking over, he quickly retreated. His wife, Madame Du, suddenly patted him. "What are you doing? Hurry up and say something." Father Tong frowned. Of course, he knew these two people. They were from the second branch of the Li family. Didn't they have a grudge against the young master? They were probably here to cause trouble, right? At the thought of this, Father Tong immediately walked towards them. "What do you want?" The two of them were shocked. They turned around and ran off. Father Tong was speechless. As expected, they were up to no good. It looked like they had a guilty conscience. The old master and young lady had just left, and only the two young masters had gone to the county to study. He had to talk to the two young masters later and ask them to pay attention to these two people. With that thought in mind, Father Tong quickly entered the house. As for Li Dunzi and his wife, after running a few steps, they suddenly realized that they were here to look for the Gu family. Why were they scared away by an old man? Madame Du slapped him hard again. "You only have the guts of a rat. Useless, useless. All right, stop hitting me. If you have the guts, go forward." Madame Du did not dare. Be it Shao Qingyuan or Gu Yundong, they were not to be trifled with. However, there was nothing they could do. They really could not live like this anymore. Although they had drawn a clear line with the eldest branch, after the things that the old man had done were exposed, their branch was also criticized. Seeing that the villagers' lives were getting better and better, but they were getting worse and worse, the envy in their hearts could kill them. However, if that was all, it would be fine. The problem was that the Li family was ostracized. Many families in Yongfu village worked for the Gu family. Even if they did not work for them, they hoped that they would be chosen to enter the workshop and shop one day. Therefore, they kept a respectful distance from the Li family, who did not get along with the Gu family. Of course, there were also some people who could not stand the Gu family and badmouthed them behind their backs. These people were willing to interact with the Li family, but Li Dunzi was unwilling to mix with them. They had personally seen Gu Yundong and Shao Qingyuan teach their eldest brother and sister-in-law a lesson, so they did not have the courage to go against the Gu family. Besides, didn't they see that the village chief was also on the Gu family side? The Gu family also knew the big shots in the county city and the prefectural city. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with people like them? Just like that, the second and third branches of the Li family became awkward. Not only were their lives poor, but even their son's marriage had become a huge problem. It was not easy to settle down with He Xiao. He Xiao was He Ye's niece. He Ye's family and the Gu family were so close. Perhaps they could ease their relationship on account of He Yi. Unexpectedly, the entire Shi family had gone to the prefectural city. Therefore, they could only look for Shao Qingyuan and Gu Yundong themselves, hoping that they would come to support their son on his wedding day. This way, everyone would know that their family actually had a good relationship with the Shao and Gu families and would not have a difficult time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 994, we have something for Shao Qingyuan Li Dunzi and his wife sighed. After looking at each other, they turned around and wanted to walk back to the Gu residence. Dong Xilan had just left the house when she saw them. She quickly went forward and said, "Why are you here again? Are you still not giving up?" Madame Du was a little angry when she saw her. If she hadn't refused to help, the couple wouldn't have come here. "Don't worry about it. Since you're unwilling to help, we'll do it ourselves. We're not trying to harm Qingyuan and the others. Is it wrong to invite them to the wedding?" Dong Xilan frowned. "You guys should leave. Qingyuan and Yundong have already left Yongfu village and returned to the prefectural city." "What? He left?" Li Dunzi couldn't help but exclaim. Madame Du grabbed Dong Xilan's hand and asked anxiously, "Why did he leave? When did he leave? Why didn't we see him?" "They left early this morning. It must have been more than 2 hours." Li Dunzi and Madame Du looked at each other and couldn't help but slap their thighs. There was a main road from the Gu family to the outside of the village. There was no need to pass through the village at all, so no one saw when they left. They were too late. Dong Xilan saw their vexed expressions and thought that they should have given up since they couldn't find her. Hence, she withdrew her arm from Madame Du's hand and walked towards the workshop. She still had work to do, so she had no time to care about their entanglement. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, Madame Du stopped her again. "Xing He's wife, wait. What else do you want?" Dong Xilan was impatient. Madame Du glanced at Li Dunzi. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "You, help us pass a message to them and invite them to the wedding banquet." Dong Xilan suspected that there was something wrong with her ears, and her face was filled with disbelief. In the past, the second branch of the Li family did not seem so unreliable. She had already said that they returned to the prefectural city, but they still wanted them to work themselves to death to rush back. On what basis? What were they thinking? Dream on. "I say, Li Dunzi, although you didn't harm Qingyuan when he was young, you must have made a lot of sarcastic remarks. It's fine if he didn't argue with you, but you're still rushing to find trouble with him now, right? What makes you think he will listen to you? Do you think they have to come just because you asked him to attend the wedding banquet? Your brains must have been kicked by a donkey." With that, Dong Xilan walked around Madame Du and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, when they passed by Madame Du, she suddenly said, "We have something for him." Dong Xilan was stunned and stopped in her tracks. "What do you mean?" Madame Du glanced at Li Dunzi and said, "Back then, when the old man brought him back, he actually had something on him. Later on, when the old man wasn't paying attention, I took a handkerchief. We thought that the handkerchief might have been left behind by Qingyuan's biological parents and was related to his background." Dong Xilan's eyes widened and her breathing quickened. Are you serious? What about the handkerchief?" "It was about Qingyuan's background. She definitely had to get it back. It might be an important clue." At that time, Qingyuan would be able to find his parents. Dong Xiulan was excited. Qingyuan had suffered for so many years and had no parents. If he could find them now, wouldn't that be a great thing? She suddenly looked at Li Dunzi and his wife. Give me that handkerchief. I'll give it to Qingyuan. Madame Du said, of course I hid the handkerchief well. I can't give it to you. Dong Xiulan was a little angry. This couple was not good people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 995, Letter. They had hidden such an important handkerchief for so many years and refused to take it out. If he had given it to Qingyuan earlier, he might have been able to find his parents earlier. Madame Du was a little shocked by her resentful gaze and could not help but take a step back. Li Dunzi braced himself and said, we won't give it to you, but we will give it to Qingyuan. As long as you bring them a letter and let them come back for the wedding banquet, we will definitely hand the handkerchief to him personally. Dong Xiulan pursed her lips unhappily. That belongs to Qingyuan to begin with. Instead of returning it to him, you even took the opportunity to threaten him. How can this be called a threat? Madame Du was dissatisfied, but she lowered her voice and said, even if we pick up things on the streets and return them to the owner, can't we ask them to express their gratitude? We're not asking him to give us money or anything. We even invited him to the wedding banquet. Dong Xiulan sneered. Did you pick it up? You took it directly from him. But if we hadn't taken it, that handkerchief might have been burned by my father long ago and nothing would have been left. Back then, when old Master Li brought the child back, he threw away and burnt everything on him. Not a single strand of hair was left. If not for her sharp eyes, she wouldn't have seen the handkerchief when she was wiping the baby's body. Thinking that her son had just been born and the material of this handkerchief was good, it was very suitable for children to use, so she quietly put it away. Otherwise, the handkerchief would have turned to ashes long ago. Shao Qingyuan would never know his true identity. Dong Xiulan was so angry that she couldn't speak, but what the woman said made sense. Moreover, this matter concerned Qingyuan after all, so she took a deep breath and said, all right, I'll help deliver the message. But whether they decide to come back or not is their own business. Hey, thank you, sister. Madame Du immediately smiled and became happy. Dong Xiulan felt very upset and turned around to go home. She did not dare to delay. She quickly got her son to bring out a brush and paper and wrote a letter to Qingyuan. After he finished writing, she instructed Xingjia to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Then, she took the letter and headed to the Gu family's workshop. There was no one in the Shao family. Mao and the others had left with Shao Qingyuan. There were only Father Tong and a few women left in the Gu family. The only people Dong Xiulan could trust to help with this matter were Tong Ping and Tong, and unexpectedly, when she arrived at the workshop, the two of them were not around. Dong Xiulan felt that it was a pity. If they were here, they might have been able to catch up to Yundong and the others on horses. She could only go home for the time being and put the letter away. Xingjia saw that she was a little anxious and quickly comforted her. Mother, there's no hurry. No matter what, Li Dunzi and his wife will only give the handkerchief to Brother Shao on the big day a month later. Whether we send the letter a day later or a day earlier, they will have to wait a month before returning. You have a point. Dong Xiulan nodded and settled down. She settled down and went to the workshop to work. As she worked, she waited for Tong Ping and his brother to return. Unexpectedly, she waited until night. When Tong Ping heard that she had a letter for Shao Qingyuan, he quickly promised to deliver it tomorrow. The Gu family would make a trip to the prefectural city to deliver the goods every few days. It just so happened that tomorrow was the day Tong Ping and the others would deliver the goods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 996, Difficult. The next night, Shao Qingyuan and Gu Yundong received Dong Xiaolan's letter. The two of them were a little surprised. They could not care less about the fatigue of the day and hurriedly opened the letter. After reading it, the two of them were stunned. The second son of the Li family actually has your things. Gu Yundong's face was filled with disbelief. Shao Qingyuan frowned slightly and shook his head. When old Li carried me home, he exchanged clothes with the third young master of the Tao family. That handkerchief might belong to the third young master of the Tao family. But it's also possible that it's yours. Gu Yundong was unwilling to let go of the only clue. After reading the letter just now, eldest brother Shao's eyes clearly lit up. This meant that he was actually looking forward to finding his biological parents. Since that was the case, what did it matter if he searched? Perhaps brother Shao's family was still looking for him after so many years. No matter what, it's just a guess now. Since the second son of the Li family wants us to attend the wedding banquet, we'll go there in a month. We'll know the results after we get that handkerchief and investigate. Shao Qingyuan nodded. Okay. Say, if the second son of the Li family has your things, does that mean that the first son has something too? I don't think so. Even if there was, I'm afraid they sold it, Shao Qingyuan said. After old Li died, I searched first brother Li's house in order to find out his background, but I didn't find anything. Moreover, Auntie Dong's letter also said that old man Li had burned all the clothes and items he was wearing back then, leaving nothing behind. It was an accident that second brother Li could obtain that handkerchief. Moreover, first brother Li was a person who was afraid of death. If he really had something of Shao Qingyuan's, he would definitely use it as a bargaining chip when Shao Qingyuan went to beat him up. Gu Yundong felt a little regretful. It seemed that they could only wait until they saw second brother Li in a month. There's no hurry. Shao Qingyuan placed the letter on the candle and lit it. After watching it gradually burn to ashes, he said, on the other hand, the cowpox vaccination can't wait. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Dai residence first and convey the emperor's decree to Lord Dai. Speaking of this, Gu Yundong felt a headache. The emperor was too good at giving people trouble. This is not easy to do. After all, no one has ever tried the cowpox vaccination. Everyone is afraid of death, and I'm afraid no one is willing to be the first test subject. Even if the emperor spoke the truth and the prince personally verified it, the distance is still too far. For most people, it's less convincing if they don't see it with their own eyes. Some people could get smallpox, but some people wouldn't. Even if they did, they might be able to survive. Everyone would think that they were the lucky ones. The cowpox vaccination method was just a prevention method, and it was a method that they had never seen before. Who was willing to take the risk? What if it failed and they died? The problem was that the emperor had also issued a decree that they could not use too rough a method. There were only 4 words on Gu Yundong's mind: subdue people with virtue. As expected, they went to the Dai residence the next day. After Gu Yundong went to look for Madame Dai, Shao Qingyuan met the Prefecture Magistrate. After hearing the decree brought by Shao Qingyuan, the Prefecture Magistrate frowned fiercely. The first sentence was, "This matter is not easy to handle." He sighed and walked around twice. Finally, he stood in front of Shao Qingyuan and asked him, "Do you have an idea?" "There is one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 997, It's good if you can't get it. There was one. The Prefecture Magistrate instantly perked up and looked at him with burning eyes. Shao Qingyuan said, "At the end of the day, this matter is beneficial to the country and the people. However, the people don't believe us in their hearts. If we take the initiative to say that we want to help others with vaccination, I'm afraid they will still suspect that nothing good will happen. In that case, we might as well do the opposite and make people want it but can't get it. The people will take the initiative to ask for the inoculation. How do we take the initiative? Prefecture Magistrate Dai was interested. What he said made sense. Shao Qingyuan whispered, "Tell them a story." "Ha! A story?" Prefecture Magistrate Dai was a little disappointed for a moment. He thought that he had an awesome extra idea, but it was just telling a story. But he asked anyway. "What story?" Shao Qingyuan told the story in a low voice. Prefecture Magistrate Dai nodded as he listened. A moment later, his eyes lit up. After hearing this, he suddenly clapped his hands. Good, good. It's indeed a good way to lure people in. Let's do that. How about this? Write down the content first. Later, you'll get someone to find a storyteller to tell the story at the largest tea house in the prefectural city. Shao Qingyuan nodded, walked behind the desk, and picked up a pen. However, just as he finished the first line, he was despised by the prefecture magistrate. Hey, your writing is too plain. We have to be passionate, exciting, and high. Go to the side. I'll write. I'll do it. Shao Qingyuan stood up and looked at the first line of words he had written. The cowpox vaccination method is a new method to prevent smallpox. It has already begun to become popular in the capital. Yes, it was indeed a little plain. He then looked at the first sentence written by the prefecture magistrate. As we know, our Dajiang is becoming more and more prosperous. The lives of the people are thriving day by day and have greatly improved. This is all because our emperor is a wise and mighty emperor who cares about the world. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, he has worked hard for everyone to live a good life. Let's talk about the cowpox vaccination method. Shao Qingyuan frowned slightly. Although it likely consisted of flattery, it was much better than what he had written. Forget it, let's follow what the prefecture magistrate wrote first. The more prefecture magistrate Dai wrote, the more excited he became. The more he wrote, the more comfortable he became. In the end, he wrote 7 to 8 pages before stopping. He handed the papers to Shao Qingyuan. Take a look. How's my writing? Shao Qingyuan took it. To be honest, it was a little profound. However, it was definitely much better than his work. In any case, he could not write it. At the very least, the prefecture magistrate had written down the gist he wanted to express clearly. When he got back, he would let the storyteller speak more emotionally. It would definitely be very effective. Shao Qingyuan nodded. Lord Dai is so literary. Your story is good. Lord Dai is good at writing. That's not worth mentioning. Thankfully, you came up with such a good idea. Dai Wenhua, who had just reached the door of the study, happened to hear the two of them praising each other. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. He knocked on the door until someone came in. Then, he pushed the door open and entered. He looked at the two of them and said, "It's getting late. Mother asked me to look for you to eat in the reception hall." The prefecture magistrate suddenly realized that it was already past noon after writing for so long. Yes. Let's eat first and discuss the rest later. As he spoke, the prefecture magistrate took the lead and walked out. After taking a few steps, he returned and brought the papers with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 998, Prefecture Magistrate Dai's Flattery is too ruthless. Madame Dai and Gu Yundong were already sitting in the reception pavilion talking. When they saw them, they quickly stood up. The prefecture magistrate had already seen Gu Yundong. He immediately smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. Everyone, sit down and eat first. After Gu Yundong sat down, she could not help but glance at Shao Qingyuan. She asked, "Have you discussed it with Uncle Dai?" "Yes." Before Shao Qingyuan could answer, the prefecture magistrate spoke first. He looked even happier than Shao Qingyuan. "Qingyuan is indeed a talent. He gave me a good idea." Everyone in the reception pavilion was family. The prefecture magistrate didn't hide anything and told them the results of their discussion in the study. Madame Dai nodded repeatedly. "That's true. It's better to do the opposite than to take the initiative to promote it. Isn't that so? If we directly put up an announcement or find a large number of people to persuade the commoners, the effect will not be much. We don't have the time and energy. Now, let the storyteller use his words to attract people and leave an extremely deep impression. Especially, let's tell the commoners that the vaccination time is limited and the number of people is limited. In order to snatch a spot, the commoners will eagerly participate." People were like this. People would be more anxious about limiting their purchases, afraid that such a good thing would not happen to them. However, if there were no restrictions and someone even told them that this was a mission given by the higher-ups and had to be completed, these people would feel that it might be disadvantageous to them. To be honest, Gu Yundong did not know this method either. She couldn't help but glance at Shao Qingyuan and ask them, "Then how do you plan to tell the story?" Prefecture Magistrate Dai laughed. "We've already written it down. Come, let me show you." He immediately handed over the few pages filled with words. Shao Qingyuan took a look. No wonder the prefecture magistrate had brought these pages with him when he went out previously. It turned out that he was showing off. Gu Yundong and the other two took it. Madame Dai and Dai Wenhua looked at it and nodded slightly, indicating that it was not bad. The writing is clear and smooth, the storyline is clear, and the logic is fine. The story is very voluptuous, the poems are quoted appropriately, and the beginning and end echo each other. Good. Gu Yundong was speechless. What should she do? Seeing that his wife and son had finished talking, the prefecture magistrate was still very satisfied. In the end, his gaze landed on Gu Yundong, but he saw that after she finished reading, her expression was strange and constipated. Prefecture Magistrate Dai's heart skipped a beat. Was there a problem? He thought that he had written it quite well and checked it once. There shouldn't be any typos. Well, Gu girl, how's my story? Gu Yundong could not bear to see him disappointed. He racked his brains and finally said, "There are quite a lot of praises for the emperor. Uncle Dai's vocabulary is very amazing." The four people present were speechless. Forget it, it was better not to praise him. They were just short of saying that the prefecture magistrate's flattery was too ruthless. The prefecture magistrate wiped his face. You'd better tell the truth. I can still listen the truth. After all, this matter is very important. We have to be careful at every step. If this story is not good, we won't be able to achieve the effect we want. It won't be good for the vaccination method. We would have worked for nothing. Madame Dai hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Yundong, you have big ideas. Tell us what's wrong. If it's not good, we can change it in time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 999. Ill-right. Gu Yundong's gaze swept past the four of them one by one. After a while, she said softly, "Then I'll be frank. Go ahead." Even Shao Qingyuan looked at her eagerly. He felt that this idea was not bad, but if Yundong said no, he would quickly think of something else. Gu Yundong coughed lightly. "There's nothing wrong with the story. It's just that it's not fascinating enough." The prefecture magistrate quickly leaned forward. "How is it not enough?" Uncle, our story is mainly for the commoners to hear. Most of the commoners can't read. Even if they know, they can't understand words that are too profound, especially these poems. We can understand them, but the commoners might not understand them. It was a story. Of course, it had to be simple and straightforward. It shouldn't be too pedantic. In that case, it makes sense. The Prefecture Magistrate nodded slightly and heard Gu Yundong continue. After all, a story is different from an article. In addition to being logical, the most important thing in the book is to set up suspense to attract people's attention so that people can guess and look forward to the next plot. What's more, the first sentence is especially important. It's best to be concise and straightforward and get to the point. The words are too gorgeous, making people sleepy. The Prefecture Magistrate, who felt that his first sentence was very interesting, was speechless. Shao Qingyuan, who felt that the Prefecture Magistrate's writing was much better than his, was speechless. Madame Dai and young Master Dai, who felt that the first sentence would definitely make the Emperor happy, were speechless. This first sentence seemed to be, indeed, not concise enough. The Prefecture Magistrate felt that he had been dealt a blow. He took the papers and looked at them again. Suddenly, he felt bored. He was indeed a person who could listen to advice. He immediately asked humbly, "Then in your opinion, how should I write it?" Dai Wenhua said, "We're not good at writing novels. Why don't we find a scholar who's good at writing novels?" Gu Yundong waved her hand. "No need. I'll write it. When I'm done, you can take a look. If it doesn't work, well, find someone else to try." After all, she had read so many novels and news. This story was not long. She was good at attracting attention. "All right, write it first." Madame Dai glanced at them. "What are you writing?" "Eat first. There's still time to write after you're done." Seriously, did all of them forget that they were hungry? She hurriedly asked the servants to serve the food for the guests. Gu Yundong thought about it as she ate. The others remained silent and ate very quickly. Not long after Gu Yundong finished her meal, she took the papers into the study. No one disturbed her and let her write slowly. They continued to discuss the following process. Gu Yundong held her brush and thought for a moment. Finally, she wrote the first sentence on the paper. As we know, something big happened in the capital some time ago. Gu Yundong was not a professional writer, but at least her work was more like a storybook than the one written by the Prefecture Magistrate. She moved quickly. Anyway, she had Prefecture Magistrate Dai's sample. She changed the way she wrote slightly and adjusted the order before and after. She deleted all the nonsense that praised the Emperor and left a suspense. It was done. Gu Yundong put down his pen, blew on the ink, and left the study with a few pages. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000, Have to pick a good title. The people outside the door immediately surrounded her. Madame Dai took the few pages and was stunned. "Why do I seem to be missing 2 pages? Gu Yundong nodded. "I've simplified the story." Actually, she had deleted the nonsense. The Prefecture Magistrate was indeed worthy of being an official and a leader. He praised the Emperor's great achievements and did not repeat the words of flattery. Gu Yundong really did not expect him to be such a Prefecture Magistrate. Madame Dai nodded and lowered her head to look. Prefecture Magistrate Dai wanted to take a look at it first, but he couldn't snatch it in front of everyone. He could only endure it and take it after Madame Dai finished reading it. The more Madame Dai read it, the more she liked it and the more excited she became. After reading it, she looked at Gu Yundong with sparkling eyes. "It's written too well. I still haven't had enough after reading it. It's really like reading a storybook. How could an article be as good as a storybook? Anyway, Madame Dai felt that after reading what her husband had written and then looking at Yundong's modifications, it was as if she was reading two stories. Gu Yundong heaved a sigh of relief. She asked the others, "Do you think it's okay?" Even if Shao Qingyuan didn't finish reading it, he immediately nodded. "It can't be better." Dai Wenhua laughed as well. "Sure." Only the Prefecture Magistrate Dai had a complicated look in his eyes. What she wrote was indeed more fascinating than his work. It was just that he was being too polite. Moreover, he said, "Isn't it better to add some words to praise the emperor?" The four people present could not help but roll their eyes. Madame Dai said directly, "I think this is quite good. Without those praises, the commoners will still know what the emperor has done. If you add it randomly, it will only be superfluous." Seeing that everyone else agreed, the Prefecture Magistrate could only sigh secretly and say, "All right, then let's use this. Wenhua, take it to the largest tea house in the prefectural city. If they do it well, they will be rewarded later. Don't worry, father. I'll take care of it." As he spoke, he took the paper and was about to leave when Gu Yundong suddenly shouted, "Wait, I remember that the storyteller in the tea house will announce the content in advance." "That's right. I'll tell the customers what I want to say 2 days in advance." Gu Yundong smiled strangely. "In that case, shouldn't we give this book a name first?" "You're right. Then what name should we give it?" Shao Qingyuan said, "About the cowpox vaccination method." The Prefecture Magistrate said, "The people's good days are here." Dai Wenhua said, "There's finally hope for smallpox." Madame Dai said, "As parents, we can finally rest assured." Gu Yundong, are you all serious? What kind of title was this? If it were her, she would definitely not enter the tea house to listen to a story because of this ridiculous title. Seeing her speechless expression, the four of them were stunned. Wasn't it quite in line with the content? Why did she look unsatisfied? "Yundong, do you have any good titles?" Gu Yundong took a brush and paper and wrote one on a piece of paper. The four of them stuck their heads out to take a look. Wasn't this title a little too far? Gu Yundong wrote a couple more. The few of them stuck their heads out and discussed carefully for a while before finally choosing one. After settling down the title, Gu Yundong finally heaved a sigh of relief. Dai Wenhua immediately left the Dai residence with a few pieces of paper. When he walked out of the door, he instantly felt that the things in his hand were worth thousands of gold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001, Shock. People in the capital are scared. The largest tea house in the prefectural city was called Fortune Tea House. This tea house had been in operation for more than 100 years and was an old brand. The owner of the tea house knew how to put in a lot of effort. Not only were the tea leaves diverse, but there were also all kinds of snacks. Previously, after Gu Yundong's new tea house opened for business, the owner of the tea house came to contact them. Gu Yundong and the others did not hide anything and had business dealings with Fortune Tea House. Apart from that, the Fortune Tea House had another specialty, which was the storyteller. The stories told by the storyteller here were very novel and especially emotional. What was even more amazing was that there were people playing drums and gongs behind the screen. Therefore, there were many people who came to the tea house because of its reputation. The guests in the tea house did not care about their status. There were private rooms upstairs for the guests who could afford to spend. The guests who were less rich could still share a table in the lobby downstairs. Therefore, the business of the tea house was exceptionally good. Sometimes, there was even a queue. Hence, even if Gu Yundong and the others opened the new tea pavilion, it did not affect their customer base. Dai Wenhua entered this building. This time, he directly conveyed the government's orders. The owner of the Fortune Tea House had to cooperate. However, after the owner saw what Dai Wenhua had brought, he was immediately interested. Even without the government's orders, he wanted to buy it. Except, young Master Dai, is this story true? Of course it's true. How can such a matter that concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands of people be fake? The owner nodded. That's right. Lord Dai has always loved the people like his son. I believe him. He was even slightly excited. He asked in a low voice, but are there really only a few hundred free spots in front? Can you leave a few for us? You've helped us so much. Of course. Dai Wenhua tried his best to suppress the smile on his face. Look, Shao Qingyuan was right. There was a limit to the number, so everyone was fighting to pre-order. Even the owner of the tea house, who was so knowledgeable, was so tempted, let alone others. However, this was inseparable from the good reputation his father had left behind after being an official for many years. Dai Wenhua believed that their plan would be launched soon. The owner immediately smiled. Thank you, young Master Dai. Dai Wenhua cupped his hands and left quickly. As soon as they left, the owner quickly found the storyteller and asked him to memorize the contents of these few pages. When the time came, he would definitely finish speaking without missing a word. Seeing that his boss valued it so much, the storyteller hurriedly took the few pieces of paper carefully. He asked the boss to let him stay in the private room and not leak this information. Then, he went out and wrote a line of words on a sign. Then, he hung it outside the door. Outside the door was the title of the story. As soon as the boss left, someone walked over to take a look. What did you say in the last 2 days? Is it the story about the scholar and the fox demon? I missed the ending yesterday. Are you still going to say the ending? I want to hear about General Wang's war. Don't argue, don't argue. Let me see. In the end, the person narrowed his eyes and looked at the headline, shock. Everyone in the capital was terrified when they found out. Everyone was speechless. Huh? What is it? The story this time seems very different. It's such a serious matter. The people in the capital are actually frightened. Wait, why do we have to wait for 6 days? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002, an incredible event. The contents of the story soon attracted everyone's attention in the tea house. The title was too captivating. Someone even looked for the boss to ask if he had any important news from Beijing. The boss smiled without saying anything. He only said, "Won't you know when you come to listen in 2 days? Then tell us more about the story." The boss shook his head and ran away when no one was paying attention. This matter was quickly spread. After all, what happened in the capital was the bellwether of the entire Dajiang dynasty. Everyone was especially interested in what happened in the capital. Now, they actually said that everyone in the capital was frightened. What about them? Wouldn't they have to be scared to death? Dai Wenhua came back after asking around outside and said excitedly, "Many people are talking about this on the streets now. Miss Gu is indeed amazing to give it such a title." Gu Yundong chuckled. Actually, this was not her title at all. What she had originally written was, "Shocking. The Emperor actually did such a thing. Go to." Coit was unbelievable. Why would the prince make such a life-and-death decision? This looked like a royal secret. It was more eye-catching, right? However, when the Prefecture Magistrate saw this, he almost shook his head off and refused to use this. He said that this was a great disrespect to the Emperor. If he made a mistake later, he would be investigated and punished. Gu Yundong had no choice but to settle for second best and take another one. Although the effect seemed to be alright, she still felt a little regretful. As for why the storyteller had to wait 6 days before he started, it was naturally to leave enough time for Shao Qingyuan and the others to make other preparations. Of course, it could also let the matter continue to ferment. Since there were no more problems about the storytelling in the tea house, the Prefecture Magistrate began to gather the doctors in the prefectural city. It was definitely impossible for Shao Qingyuan to inoculate the citizens of the entire Shuanhe Prefecture with cowpox vaccination. He had to tell the doctors how to operate first, and everyone had to work together. However, as Shao Qingyuan had said, no matter if it was a doctor or a commoner, they had to be sought after. In order to avoid unnecessary doubts and trouble, the Prefecture Magistrate released a piece of news. There was finally a solution to a certain incurable disease. The imperial physicians of the Imperial Hospital planned to choose a portion of talented doctors and teach them this method. If there were any doctors who were interested, they could report to the prefectural city's government office in the near future. The government office would choose 10 suitable people. Yes, there were only 10 spots. First come, first served. As soon as this news came out, the doctors from the various medical centers in the prefecture capital were the first to report to the government office. The prefecture magistrate registered all the names. However, he was also afraid that all the doctors would come and cause the medical centers in the city to be empty. The patients would not be able to seek a doctor, so he limited the conditions. For example, there could only be 2 people participating from each clinic. This restriction made these doctors even more tempted and eager. 6 days later, the doctors had already gathered. Even many doctors from the various county cities below had arrived. The prefecture magistrate tidied up a few courtyards and rooms behind the government office and let everyone stay there. Shao Qingyuan officially began his lesson. At the same time, the storyteller of the fortune tea house suddenly slammed the wood and the gong and drum behind the screen sounded heavily. Then, they began to talk. As we know, something big happened in the capital some time ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003. This person is handsome and cool. The fortune tea house was filled with people. The private rooms upstairs were all full, and the lobby downstairs was filled with people sitting or standing. Even the windowsill at the door was filled with people. Everyone was listening to the story. It was really because the publicity this time was especially awesome. It was not only because of the shocking title, but also because Prefecture Magistrate Dai had gotten someone to secretly promote it. Hence, Fortune Tea House had an unprecedented number of customers today. The storyteller was inexplicably a little nervous, but he was experienced and quickly immersed in the story. By the way, at the end of last year, a person suddenly came to the capital. This person is young and handsome. Most importantly, he has good skills. The storyteller said mysteriously, this person is travel-worn and exhausted. After arriving in the capital, he immediately went to the residence of Imperial Physician Song, the head of the Imperial Hospital. He used all his strength to knock on Imperial Physician Song's door and fainted. Everyone, guess why this person ran to Imperial Physician Song's house? Someone immediately guessed, why else? Of course it's because he has an incurable disease and asked Imperial Physician Song to treat him. No. The storyteller shook his head. Could it be that Imperial Physician Song's relative was in trouble and wanted his help? The storyteller still shook his head. No. He kept Imperial Physician Song in suspense and quickly solved the mystery. He looked for Imperial Physician Song because he had a secret medical prescription and wanted to hand it to Imperial Physician Song. Unfortunately, he shook his head, and everyone immediately straightened up. Unfortunately what? Could it be that he didn't wake up after fainting? Go upstairs. Yundong could not help but twitch his lips. Why are you so black-hearted? Can't you expect something good from them? The storyteller slapped the wood again and shook his head. It's a pity that for a nameless commoner didn't have a visiting card or recommendation, how difficult was it to meet the head of the imperial hospital? The gatekeeper didn't allow anyone to enter at all. This person was chased out before he even saw Imperial Physician Song. However, he didn't give up. This medical prescription concerned thousands of commoners. Only by handing it to Imperial Physician Song could it be handed to the emperor. Only then could it be announced to the world so that no families in the world would be destroyed because of the illness. Hence, he dragged his exhausted body and guarded Imperial Physician Song's residence, thinking that he would definitely be able to see him when the sky turned dark. However, what he didn't know was that Imperial Physician Song happened to go out to gather herbs and wouldn't come back at all today. Everyone, think about it. It's December. It's so cold in the capital. He endured all the cold and waited outside for 3 days and 3 nights before Imperial Physician Song finally returned. When Imperial Physician Song saw his pale face and stiff body suddenly appear, he was shocked. Fortunately, Imperial Physician Song was benevolent. Seeing that he was trembling from the cold, he quickly got someone to bring the man back into the residence and let him eat something and drink hot water. Only then did he slowly recover. Who knew that this person's body would warm up and he could finally speak fluently? He immediately grabbed Imperial Physician Song's hand and said impatiently and excitedly, "Imperial Physician Song, the illness that has been troubling us for thousands of years can finally be resolved. We've finally found a way to prevent smallpox. In the future, we won't let anyone die from smallpox." What? Whether it was upstairs or downstairs, all the guests in the tea house could not help but stand up and widen their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004, Willing to go to the 18th level of hell. What illness did you just say? Smallpox. Some people were so excited that they wanted to rush forward. Fortunately, the waiter was smart and quickly stopped them. Everyone, calm down. Wait for the storyteller to finish speaking. A distinguished guest upstairs questioned, "How is that possible? Since ancient times, no one has ever found a way to treat smallpox." "You're bragging." The storyteller smiled. "This gentleman is right." Imperial Physician Song didn't believe it either. Wasn't this nonsense? How could you treat such a life and death matter just like that? Impossible. Imperial Physician Song was angry. Imperial Physician Song was furious. Imperial Physician Song wanted to chase this person out. But this person firmly swore that if he said anything false, he would go to the 18th level of hell and be dismembered by 5 horses. He would be cut into 1,000 pieces and never reincarnate. Upstairs, Yundong was speechless. Did she write such a sentence? Could you not add it randomly? However, the storyteller became more and more excited as he spoke. His face turned red, and he slapped the wood in his hand. The entire Fortune tea house fell silent. Everyone was so shocked by this oath that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How ruthless was this? He had sworn such a heavy oath to himself. Imperial Physician Song was shocked. When he saw how confident this person was, he thought that if what the man said was true, wouldn't it benefit the people? No one would wait for death because of smallpox anymore. How shocking would this be for the people of the world? He spoke passionately, and the people below also felt their blood boil. Go to. The storyteller paused and lowered his voice. Therefore, Imperial Physician Song was skeptical and patiently listened to him talk about the medical prescription. Unexpectedly, the more he listened, the more excited he became. The more he listened, the more he acknowledged the medical prescription. He immediately clapped his hands and cheered 3 times. However, as the head of the Imperial Hospital, Imperial Physician Song did not see the effect of this prescription with his own eyes. Naturally, he would not announce it to the world. He had to be responsible to the world. Hence, he pushed everything aside and focused on experimenting with this prescription. He even applied for leave from the emperor. A month later, Imperial Physician Song came out of the residence with a tired expression. However, his eyes emitted a light that was so hot that it could burn people. He entered the royal palace overnight and reported to the current emperor immediately. The storyteller cupped his hands towards the east. Everyone knows that His Majesty is wise. Ever since His Majesty ascended to the throne, he has been working hard to rule. He is wise and mighty, and he loves the people like his children. He can be said to be an emperor for thousands of years. He sent disaster relief in Yundong Prefecture, and he killed corrupt officials Wanqing Prefecture. Just take our Shuanhe Prefecture for example. The thieves on the mountain were also captured by the soldiers of the emperor. Only then can we commoners have our current good lives, right? Yes. This was true. The current emperor had only ascended the throne not long ago, but everything he did was for the sake of the common people to have a better life. The storyteller was satisfied. Therefore, although His Majesty was woken up in the middle of the night, when he heard that Imperial Physician Song had brought over a medical prescription that could prevent smallpox, he immediately lost all his anger. He was extremely excited and filled with anticipation as he discussed with Imperial Physician Song until midnight. The next day, His Majesty even personally left the royal palace to verify the results. Seeing that the medical prescription was really useful, the emperor was overjoyed. He waved his sleeve on the spot and gave the medical prescription a name, cowpox vaccination method. The meaning is very simple. It means that those who are infected with cowpox will never be infected with smallpox again. Everyone was stunned. Cowpox infection. Are you serious? Someone asked softly. The storyteller said loudly, good question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005. Everyone in the capital is scared. After the emperor announced the cowpox vaccination method, everyone was questioning if this vaccination method was really useful. Is it true? If it's fake, won't they lose their lives? The storyteller continued, even though the emperor repeatedly guaranteed that there was no problem, and more than 30 to 40 people had already been vaccinated with cowpox, and the emperor had seen it with his own eyes, many people still had doubts. The emperor was anxious. What should he do? This kind of thing that benefits the people is originally a great thing, but no one is willing to try it. Wouldn't it be a waste of such a good medical prescription? Every year, people who get smallpox would still die in batches. The emperor's heart was bleeding. These are his people. He wants to save everyone's lives. The storyteller screamed at the top of his lungs. Some people below had already begun to wipe their tears. The emperor really loved his people like his children. The emperor is a benevolent ruler. Although he was anxious, he didn't want to force others to take the vaccine. But was this the only way? There's no progress at all. At this moment, the 11-year-old second prince knelt solemnly in front of the emperor and said with a firm expression, "Father, I'm willing to give it a try. I haven't had smallpox yet, so I can take the vaccine. When the time comes, Father will invite all the officials and commoners to witness it with their own eyes. They will definitely believe you." Everyone was stunned. The second prince. The second prince was actually willing to be a test subject. Wasn't this too bold? Wasn't he afraid of failure? The storyteller was shocked. Everyone, you didn't hear wrongly. The second prince really wanted to test it himself. The first prince had had smallpox before. Even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. However, the second prince never had it. If he wanted to test it, he must be gambling with his life. Once this shocking action spread, everyone in the capital was terrified. Very good, it was time to ask the questions. Upstairs, Yundong nodded slightly and took a sip of water. She did not randomly pick a title, right? How appropriate. Go to. The guests in the tea house widened their eyes. But wasn't that so? Not to mention the people in the capital, they were also frightened when they heard that. That was a prince, and the second prince was the son of the first wife. How noble was his status? He was actually willing to be vaccinated with cowpox. The storyteller took a sip of tea. He had been too excited just now, and his throat was a little smoky. Someone below could not help but hold his breath and ask carefully, what happened after that? Did the emperor agree? The storyteller pointed at him. Good question. Everyone was paying attention to this matter. In less than a day, it shocked the court. None of the officials in the capital agreed. They all submitted reports to plead with the emperor to dispel the second prince's thoughts. There was even a loyal and patriotic minister who brought his son into the palace, and asked him to replace the second prince with this cowpox vaccination method. Guess what the emperor said? The storyteller paused. Before anyone could speak, he continued, the emperor said, my son is a prince. He is respected by tens of thousands of people and praised by the world. He enjoys power and doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. Then, it's only right for him to do something for the people of the world. For the sake of the people of the world, I agree with him to personally test the cowpox vaccination method. You don't have to persuade me anymore. This matter is settled. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. His Majesty agreed just like that. The Emperor has blessed the world. It's the blessing of the people to have such a wise ruler. It's the blessing of the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1006, Too Effective. Many people were grateful. They knelt down and shouted, Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Yundong was speechless. This was too effective. Fortunately, Prefecture Magistrate Dai did not use the entire page of praise. Otherwise, these people would probably kneel while listening to the entire story. After everyone expressed their gratitude, the storyteller continued, Everyone, for the sake of the world and to make the smallpox disappear completely and not let the common people lose their lives because of this illness, the emperor has really put in a lot of effort. Then what happened to the second prince? Someone asked anxiously. A smile instantly appeared on the storyteller's face. The cowpox vaccination method has already been confirmed by the head of the Imperial Hospital and has been approved by all the Imperial physicians. What do you think the second prince will do? He will naturally be safe and healthy. Moreover, from now on, he won't be troubled by smallpox anymore. At that moment, the entire capital was celebrating. All the officials had personally witnessed the process of the second prince's vaccination, and they had personally seen him recover. The cowpox vaccination method was indeed a major invention. The exciting moment had arrived, and all the officials cheered for the heavens to bless our empire. The storyteller's saliva flew everywhere, and his entire body trembled. Everyone witnessed the effectiveness of the cowpox vaccination method. After the second prince, Prince Ning, Prince and, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice, and the others all submitted a plea. They wanted their sons to follow in the second prince's footsteps and be vaccinated to prevent smallpox. His Majesty agreed immediately. Unfortunately, everyone was stunned. What was a pity? Didn't they say that it was effective? The storyteller shook his head again. Unfortunately, the number of imperial physicians was limited. Other than the person who invented the cowpox vaccination method, only Imperial physician Song knew this vaccination method. The emperor was extremely worried. He asked this person, an imperial physician Song, to immediately give this medical prescription to all the imperial physicians and let everyone in the capital be vaccinated as soon as possible. You have to know that in our vast country, countless people die of smallpox every day. The earlier they are vaccinated, the earlier they can prevent it and feel at ease. However, other than the capital, there are still millions of people in the world that the emperor has to care about. What should we do? There are only so many imperial physicians, and our manpower is really limited. If we wait until everyone in the capital is vaccinated, who knows when it will be our Shuanhe Prefecture's turn. Ah! The people below exclaimed. Didn't that mean that many people on their side would die from smallpox? The storyteller shook his head and sighed. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Our prefectural city is too far away. After the vaccination, there's still Linzhou Prefecture, Wanqing Prefecture, and Yundong Prefecture, someone hurriedly said. Then can we ask the prefecture magistrate to send a letter and beg the emperor to send us an imperial physician so that we can be vaccinated? That's right, that's right. My first 2 children died of smallpox. Now that I finally have a 3rd son, I'm on tenterhooks all day, afraid that he won't be able to survive this illness. Now that we finally have a solution, I don't want to miss it. That's right. I have an older brother who also died of this illness. My parents suffered a setback and haven't recovered until now. Gu Yundong listened quietly from the 2nd floor. Some of them should be hired to talk here, right? The storyteller spread his hands. There's nothing I can do. I'm just a storyteller. I can only tell everyone about this joyous matter. I don't know anything about treating illnesses. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly walked over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007. The subtext is very obvious. Someone with sharp eyes saw the person in front clearly and immediately shouted, "It's young Master Dai." That's young Master Dai. The people in the tea house turned their heads. The people at the door were close. They quickly ran to Dai Wenhua and blocked his way. Dai Wenhua was confused. He looked at the commoners who had suddenly appeared in surprise and took 2 steps back. What's the matter? Gu Yundong could not see clearly from the 2nd floor, but he knew that Dai Wenhua had followed their plan and led his men past the entrance of the tea house when everyone was at a loss. Now that the way forward was blocked, the bailiffs behind Dai Wenhua immediately looked at everyone warily and separated the crowd. Someone poked his head out and asked loudly, "Young Master Dai, there's already a medical prescription in the capital to prevent smallpox. Is this true?" That's right, young Master Dai. The 2nd prince personally tested this medical prescription. Is there such a thing? Young Master Dai, when will it be our Shuanhe Prefecture's turn to be vaccinated? Young Master Dai, we can't wait for a few years. Dai Wenhuo's expression changed from confusion to surprise to enlightenment. In the end, he sighed heavily, his expression rich and convincing. He nodded and said, "I didn't expect all of you to already know. This is indeed true." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Only then did everyone realize that he was holding a piece of paper in his hand. It looked like an official document. "Go to Ko," he said loudly, "this is true. Moreover, the emperor is concerned about the people. A few days ago, he has already sent official documents to the various government offices and sent an imperial physician over to teach the doctors of the various prefectures about the cowpox vaccination method. Everyone should have heard that the government offices summoned the doctors of the various medical halls a few days ago for this matter. After all the doctors learn it, they will naturally inoculate everyone." Someone in the crowd asked loudly, "Can the doctors learn it? Can the imperial physician sent by the imperial court inoculate us?" Good. He raised the point. Dai Wenhua said, the imperial physician sent by the imperial court will stay in the Shuanhe Prefecture for 3 months and personally guide the local doctors to inoculate everyone. After 3 months, the imperial physicians will return to the capital. Everyone knows that the imperial physicians belong to the imperial hospital. It's already not easy for them to leave the capital and come to the Shuanhe Prefecture for 3 months. Therefore, if everyone is worried, try your best to come to the government office for inoculation within 3 months. Yes, just 3 months. If you don't hurry, you won't get a share. Don't hesitate. When the imperial physician leaves, you can only let the local doctors vaccinate you. By the way, because there are many people in the prefectural city, the number of people vaccinated every day is limited. For the time being, only 200 people are allowed to be vaccinated every day. After 200 people are vaccinated, you will have to wait for a day. Of course, you can register first and come when the time is right. Yes, not only was there a time limit, but there was also a limit to the number of people. Therefore, if you didn't sign up today, you might have to wait until 3 months later. Also, Dai Wenhua continued, the imperial physicians sent by the emperor are free to inoculate everyone. This is the emperor's grace. However, after the imperial physicians leave, whether the doctors in the prefecture city want to charge will depend on themselves. After all, the doctors also have to make money. Yes, if they did not hurry up, not only would they not have a chance, but they would also have to spend money. They would have to think about it. The subtext was already very obvious. After Dai Wenhua finished speaking, he waved the paper in his hand and said, this is an official document. Everyone, make way. I want to paste it at the city gate. If there's anything you don't understand, just look at it yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008, More and more people. The bailiff separated the crowd and let Dai Wenhua walk forward. The others still wanted to ask, but one of the bailiffs stayed behind and said loudly, if you have any more questions, you can ask at the government office. Those who want to register, please go to the government office as soon as possible to find the registrar. As soon as he said this, a few people had already run away. Seeing this, the others couldn't care less. Afraid that they would fall behind, they hurriedly followed. As expected, there was already a registrar sitting at the entrance of the government office. The first person rushed to him with sweat all over his face. Sir, is the registration for cowpox vaccination method here? I'm here for registration now. Can I be vaccinated soon? The registrar shook his head. Of course not. The cowpox vaccination will only begin the day after tomorrow. However, you can remember the name first. Not to mention that Shao Qingyuan was still teaching the other doctors the cowpox vaccination method, just the cowpox liquid was not that easy to collect. The man swallowed and hesitated. Should he really register? Should he really be vaccinated? However, before he could figure it out, someone pushed him from behind. Do you want to register or not? If you don't want to, move aside. Don't block my way. The registrar looked up at him. Good. They must have found the shill. He raised his hand and asked the person, name, address. My name is Hidaniu. I live in the prefectural city's Hulu Alley. Not only do I have to be vaccinated, but I also have to sign up for my younger siblings. And I, go to. Before she could finish, she was pushed aside by the first person. What's the hurry? I haven't said anything. That person did not argue with him. All right. Hurry up. The first person immediately mentioned 3 or 4 names. Soon, another large group of people arrived. All of them scrambled to squeeze in front of the desk. Fortunately, a bailiff ran over and asked someone to line up first. There were a lot of people. Most of them were listening to books on the first floor of Fortune Tea House. The people on the second floor all had some wealth. When they came over, they were very slow. Moreover, they were actually still a little hesitant in their hearts. They wondered if they should just let these ordinary people test it to confirm that it was safe. Therefore, even though they had come, most of them were still standing far away and had no intention of registering. Unexpectedly, a moment later, the registrar suddenly shouted, "The 200 slots for the first day are already full. Now, start registering for the second day." What? It's already the second day. Didn't only a dozen people pass in front? The registrar said loudly, "Although only a dozen or so people have gone over, everyone has reported their siblings, sons, daughters, nephews, and nieces. Every person has already reported many names, so the spots are naturally full." What? That worked? The crowd immediately became anxious. Those wealthy families who originally wanted to observe also became anxious. However, at this moment, someone shouted, "My family is in Fengkai County. Sir, can you leave a few spots for us? When my family comes, we can fill them in directly. I have to tell my uncles in the countryside." This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Those who were originally hesitating no longer hesitated and quickly went forward to sign up. Those who couldn't make up their minds immediately got someone to inform their families. There were also commoners who did not go to the tea house to listen to the story. When they saw that there was a long line at the entrance of the county office, they immediately came over curiously to ask about the situation. Immediately, someone explained the process to them vividly. There were more and more people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009. Another shocking title. Everyone in Fortune Tea House had left. Only Gu Yundong was still upstairs. She slowly finished the tea and snacks on the table. After all, she had spent money. She could not waste it. She would not stop until she finished the last peanut. The storyteller downstairs was still drinking water. He was too excited and his mouth was dry. The boss walked over at this moment and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, well said." The storyteller chuckled. "Boss, when are we going to start the second half of the story? These people are too anxious. They've all run away before you can finish." They were too anxious for a moment and afraid that I wouldn't have a spot. I can understand. When they remember later, they will naturally ask who was the first to discover that the cowpox vaccination method can prevent smallpox. "Boss, should we release the title now?" "Well, release it in 2 days." "Yes, I'll write it first." The boss was in high spirits. The story that young Master Dai had brought was indeed extraordinary. Even the question was especially attractive. The number of guests today was several times more than before, and this story was unique. He could repeat it 2 more times tomorrow and the day after. At that time, the storytellers in the other tea houses in the prefecture would probably memorize it and spread it everywhere. However, this story was only halfway through. How to resolve the suspense left behind would depend on the Fortune Tea House. The customers would definitely increase crazily. When the boss thought of this, he immediately rushed to write the title. Go to. After a while, Gu Yundong finally brought Tong Shuitao downstairs. When she walked behind the boss, she couldn't help but take a look. Indeed, she saw the eye-catching headline, "Oh my God." The person who invented the cowpox vaccination method was actually him. Gu Yundong coughed quietly. Why did he feel so ashamed? She waved and quickly left with Tong Shuitao. When the carriage passed by the entrance of the government office, it was indeed crowded and bustling. The news about the cowpox vaccination method was completely popular. Everyone was discussing it. The number of registrars at the entrance of the government office had also changed from 1 to 3. The queue was very long. Yundong lowered the curtain and sighed slightly. I only realized now that there are so many people in our prefectural city. Today, there aren't too many people. Many people still don't know this news. Tomorrow will probably be even more lively. Tong Shuitao steered the carriage in a different direction to avoid bumping into others. However, just as she was about to leave, she suddenly saw a familiar figure squeezing through the crowd. She hurriedly pulled the reins. Miss, is that Shao Yuan? Yundong took a closer look. Wasn't that so? Shao Yuan was small and was also at the back of the queue. However, there were too many people around her. Yundong saw her being pushed around a few times. Her feet seemed to have been stepped on a few times. It was so painful that her face turned pale. There were also people who spoke ill of her. If not for the fact that there were bailiffs protecting the peace, she would have been thrown out. Yundong paused. She immediately got off the carriage and walked towards Shao Yuan. Shao Yuan was trying her best to poke her head out. When she saw Yundong walking over, she was stunned for a moment before she quickly smiled. Sister Gu, you're also queuing up. A woman behind her immediately looked at Yundong warily, as if she would interfere. Yundong shook her head. I'm not here to queue. Why are you here alone? Where's your mother? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1010, Dr. Pig. At the mention of Madame Fan, Shao Yuan looked a little sad. She said in a low voice, my mother caught a cold. When I came out to buy medicine for her, I heard someone talking about the government office, so I came to line up. As she spoke, she raised her hand. Sure enough, there was a medicine bag in her hand. However, the medicine bag was a little flat from being squeezed around. Yundong waved her hand. Come out first. I'll bring you back. But, Shao Yuan was very hesitant. She looked at the team in front of her and the long line of people behind her. She could not move her legs. She knew about smallpox. When she was very young, she had a close playmate who had smallpox and could not be saved. Later on, her mother told her about the seriousness of smallpox. She especially hoped that there would be medicine that could cure this illness. Now that she finally had it, she did not want to miss it. Seeing this, Tong Shuitao immediately leaned close to her ear and whispered, Miss knows that imperial physician from the capital. Don't worry. Shao Yuan's eyes lit up when she heard that. Only then did she come out of the team. Yundong held her hand and got into the carriage. She looked at the long line and slowly exhaled. Shao Yuan had helped her before. Seeing her in such a sorry state, she naturally wouldn't sit back and do nothing. The two of them sent her home directly. Madame Fan had indeed caught a cold. Fortunately, she had recovered a lot after taking a few medicines. Seeing that Shao Yuan had not returned for a long time, she was anxious. When she saw Yundong and the rest, she quickly went into the house to avoid infecting them. Source: Com updated on. Hence, it was Shao Yuan's father who received Yundong. Yundong explained to him about the incident at the government office and Shao Yuan's father immediately became excited. It can prevent smallpox. Really? Then, I'll queue up and register for my Shao Yuan. Yundong hurriedly stopped him. Don't. I specially brought Shao Yuan back. There's no need to queue up. I'll get Zhu to come over later and give Shao Yuan the vaccine first. Shao Yuan's family wasn't alone. There were also the Su family, and Zhuangzi, and the others. She might as well inoculate everyone in one go so that there wouldn't be any trouble in the future. However, the person performing the vaccination was Zhu. Shao Qingyuan didn't have time at all. Speaking of which, compared to Song Dajiang, Zhu might know this vaccination technique better. After all, ever since Shao Qingyuan started exploring the cowpox vaccination method, Zhu had been learning by his side. He had even personally infected himself with cowpox, so there was no problem with his skills. Shao Yuan's father was even more grateful. Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Zhu one. Yundong was speechless. Dr. Pig. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. This sounded too awkward. Shouldn't Zhu and the rest change their names? What were their names in the past? She had to ask later. Yundong shook her head and agreed on a time for vaccination with Shao Yuan and the rest before leaving with Tong Shuitao. Unexpectedly, when she went out, she happened to see Mother Su, who lived next door. Mother Su was slightly stunned when she saw her. Then, she went up to her excitedly. "Boss Gu, why are you here?" "I bumped into Shao Yuan on the way and brought her back." Yundong nodded. "And, I won't bother you anymore." "Well, leave first." With that, Yundong raised her foot again. Mother Su ran up to her. "Hey, wait, Boss Gu. Aunt, what's the matter?" I do have something to ask you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible."